Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is John Pritchard, CEO at Radiant Logic. Welcome to the show.
Really glad to be back at Identiverse. Great event this year. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's my first Identiverse, and I've been in cybersecurity since 2001, but very quickly becoming humbled, realizing how many acronyms I don't know.
Right.
You know, just how much stuff is going on in the identity world that I am just I need to catch up on. You know, so I'm drinking from the fire hose right now.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you. Even as practitioners, we go through the same thing.
Yeah, so, you know, I found it interesting that identity security is a new term, right? I'm like, when was identity not like a key part of security? When I built my first SIM in 2004, we absolutely had Active Directory data in there. We had identity data, but I'm not sure that we used it effectively back then. Like, there was no correlation. Like, it was still an analyst manually trying to figure out, okay, who's logged onto this laptop, right?
Yeah, I mean, identity sort of began as a productivity play, right? It was trying to help your employees get access to the apps that they needed. And it isn't until that became like a threat vector that we really sort of moved it into the security space. And it definitely is there right now.
Yeah, and you know, again, like I see headlines like, oh, identity is now how most attacks are happening. I'm like, when I was a pen tester in 2008, you better believe we were pre-texting, calling people up, asking for their passwords. We were sending phishing emails. You know,
the early social engineering.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's new. I feel like as an industry, maybe we're just starting to catch up a bit more to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been enough high-profile incidents, and it's affecting, I think, your real life, right? So I joke that I have a membership to every credit monitoring service in the world because something that I'm involved in has had a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. It's you know, just the trends. You know, it was theft of payment data was the big thing for many years, and then they theft all the payment data, identity data has been theft. You know, it all got stolen, and a stolen credit card became literally worthless on the black market because it was so flooded with it, and they turned to, you know, getting paid in a more direct manner.
Right.
You know,
literally.
Yeah, BEC and ransomware and things like that, and still, you know, the best way in to do that is typically through a person, you know, through stealing their credentials. We see a lot of info stealers are real big. Info stealers on Macs, no less, and Macs are pretty secure, so there's almost always a social engineering aspect to it, you know. So all of a sudden, like, I remember UEBA being real big when I was an industry analyst at 451 back in 2013, 2014. Now we absolutely have to, I feel like we have to be doing that kind of thing, like looking for strange behavior of accounts and stuff like that today, right?
I mean, with the actors not always being human, 100%, and they're getting very advanced, as you can probably appreciate, as we've seen this played out, unfortunately. I think that's why there's a big move to security and identity and making sure that isn't forgotten in this whole space.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, you know, AI, you know, as if, you know, we didn't have this solved. We really didn't need.
We didn't.
brand new technology.
We didn't need really good weapons on the other side, right?
You know, like I'm simultaneously excited about what you could do with agentic AI, with tying some of this stuff together, and just absolutely terrified because already what I'm seeing out there, they're not even using HTTPS. You know, there's tokens floating around all over the place. You know, these APIs, these agents have to have some way to communicate to each other, and they're doing that through OAuth and, you know, like typical non-human identity protocols and things like that. And just observability of that stuff, like, seems like it's going to be a nightmare. Just debugging, you know, okay, somewhere an LLM lost its mind.
Yeah.
One of these agents just started speaking Spanish. How do we trace back where that happened? How do we figure out how to, you know, prevent it from happening again?
You know, I will offer, though, that we're starting to look at those from a defensive posture as well. These standards that have come out, like Model Context Protocol and Agent to Agent, are allowing us to do some specially trained agentic AI agents on the identity side. You know, think for like threat detection. our posture management. And the fact that they can sort of collaborate among themselves and solve a complex task, that's a huge leap forward, I think, in terms of capability. We talked about this a lot at the conference this week, just how it's rethinking the tools we use as a team. Maybe the AI agent you use isn't just for your one operator, but it's actually more like a teammate.
Yeah.
And they can collaborate among themselves, they can collaborate with the humans. You know, it really does become this sort of like multiplayer concept, like it's an NBA draft.
So do you have any examples of that? Like what would that look like with an identity workflow, for example?
Yeah, so imagine like you've got a specialized agent in visibility or observability, and its job is to map out your environment. You can almost think of that like the terrain of your game in a base if you were playing an online game. And that's accounts, permissions, entitlements, all the things you have sort of spread out everywhere.
It has all that context.
Yeah, right, and more importantly, like it watches for those things should they change or as new things get brought on. That can then hand that off to another agent that maybe specializes in posture management.
Yeah.
And it's enacting things like least privilege, looking for orphaned accounts, over permissive accounts, and remediating those things. And then your ITDR agent then can really focus because they're not getting maybe a lot of false positives as things that are going on. And so there's a sort of symbiotic relationship about how each of these investments help the other type of agent work. But the real power is I think they can collaborate.
Yeah.
So imagine like a threat detection agent does some type of vulnerability reduction and sort of puts it to bed, but then asks compliant agents to say, can you create a control that maybe is going to limit this type of vulnerability from popping up in the first place next time?
Yeah, some kind of mitigation, a WAF rule or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Those are things we'd have to do as a human.
Yeah.
Normally between different teams. Like your threat defense team would have to like log a request, and then your control or compliance team would have to sort of get that all prioritized. I mean, I think it's really game changing about how these things might self-collaborate and do some real-time problem solving.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, I think one of the concerns there is, okay, in the future I won't have to fish a human. I can just fish the AI agent, right? Do your AI agents have to go through security awareness training?
Right.
Do they have to go through phishing testing?
So for sure, we got this big advance, and it's putting a lot of pressure on the auth-in and auth-z side of the equation for the agents. Should they be able to do what they're doing?
Yeah.
Are they behaving the way I thought it would? So it's not a panacea by far, but I mean, if anything, it helps us operate faster, but that means the risks are a little bit operating faster too.
Yeah, and I think I do like the agentic approach, this kind of idea of specialized agents better than, like, before that was proposed, we were just talking about like a single God agent, like this, special employee that knows everything about the business. I'm like, wow, that's all of a sudden the new best target for an attacker. Right? I want to talk to that. Like, that's going to be able to give me access to all the data I want, because all these agents are trained to be helpful, not suspicious, not skeptical, but helpful, and that's not what you want when an attacker is going to target it.
For sure. And we're seeing a movement away from these bigger and bigger sort of large language models, which is all we've been experiencing, I think, to date. I'm really excited about this sort of small language model concept where you've got a specialization, it knows a certain domain. You pair that with some specialized agents who know how to act on that domain, and they're able to collaborate. I mean, we're seeing like a new think around how architectures may look like.
They're cheaper to train, they're cheaper to operate. All of a sudden now you can have more private stuff. You don't have to use a service that's running in a data center consuming a quadrillion gallons of water a day to cool all the GPUs. It can run on a laptop, it can run in a browser tab, it can run on a phone. So yeah, I like it. Also, these general agents, that's one of the big challenges of having like a virtual support agent based on ChatGPT is you need it to be able to answer these 300 questions that are in your knowledge base. But it can also tell you who the 37th president of the United States. You don't need it to do that.
You don't need that. So why pay for that?
And it's expensive to put the guardrails on there.
Yes.
Now you've got to do all this AI red teaming and prompt injection protection. And it's kind of funny that the future's dumber AI, right? Dumber agents. Like after all this hype, like AGI, no, actually.
I don't need that.
actually, we don't need that. We want to move in the other direction.
What's super exciting is a lot of innovations happening in the open source community. So you're watching these models develop. that you can specialize a little bit yourself as an organization.
Llama, Mistral,
exactly, exactly. And I'm really excited about that because, I'm watching like communities like Hugging Face where you've got model developers and data owners try to collaborate in the open.
But speeding development so much.
1,000%.
Anytime it's something you can do out there in the open, like that's one of the reasons I feel like if we ever see anything come out of quantum, like quantum's taken forever because you can't just go to GitHub and get some quantum.
And get some.
Right? You got to operate a quantum computer like very close to absolute zero, right? It's not something somebody's going to do in their garage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horizon breakthrough innovation. We absolutely got to stay close to it, especially from our crypto side of what we do. But I 100% agree with you.
Yeah. Well, good stuff. So let's see. So just talking about, I think dwell time response speed. That's an interesting thing we should touch on because the only major change I've seen happen in dwell time is the speed in which the attacker sends you the ransom note, right? Like dwell time used to be a measure of the quality of an organization's security operations. And then at some point when ransomware came about, it became the speed at which the attacker hands you the ransom note, right? So how can we improve on that? Some of the stuff that we're already talking about. Like is it more traditional automation? Is there some AI involved there as well?
I often like to say I don't ever see like the future SOC being 100% automated, but I think we're moving to a lot more orchestration. And that's sort of between teams as much as anything else. Like I just was reading recently about the CISA Silent Shield work, and they did some really interesting sort of red team assessments where they dwelled for a very long time because the teams weren't really sharing the fact that they'd seen something a little anomalous with one of their sister teams.
Oh, yeah.
And so once they had sort of escalated their privileges, that the SOC maybe wasn't aware that the IT team was looking at something. And by the time they revealed themselves, they've been there a very long time. So sometimes it's not even tech. It's a little bit of like how we are working together.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I just think we're
collaboration, information sharing.
We're just so busy in our individual teams. There's just not a lot of time to do that. And I think that's a big opportunity on the AI side. So agents being able to collaborate amongst themselves, bringing in the human decision makers when needed, freeing up a little bit of our time to do a little bit more of that deep strategy work.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of security work. I think some of the biggest challenges are around having context, and that each team has its own context that other teams don't necessarily know. It's one of the reasons that vulnerability management is so difficult. Like you can't just throw vulnerabilities over the wall. Maybe this one library that needs to be updated is going to require 5,000 new lines of code to be written. It's not just you can't just swap out the library because they totally refactored the library. This function is deprecated, and so now you have to write for this new function, and a lot of that context is, doesn't exist within the vulnerability management team. So that, like, what's taking so long? Why is this such an issue for you guys?
We work a lot with large enterprise customers, and a lot of times their vulnerability is literally in their data. They've got all this sprawl in their organization, these legacy things they may have built over time that do serve a business function, but they were built at a time where maybe they weren't deeply instrumented into our security stack. And those things are super complicated to integrate, and they're usually owned by different teams. And you run into this situation where you've got this, what we call a blind spot. You've got this asset out there that's got some piece of identity. This may be outside of your governance tooling or your monitoring tooling, and those become your risky things.
Yeah, like that Disney case where they fired the guy. You got the angry admin problem, I like to call it, and they had these FTP servers, and that's how they printed their menus, and that's how they edited their menus. And everybody knows the username and password for the FTP servers. It's this shared identity,
secret,
not linked anywhere. The governance process didn't change the FTP creds after he was fired, so he was able to get in there and mess with the menus, and he's now been arrested, sentenced. I think it's 3 years in jail, something like that. But so unfortunate, and all they had to do was change some creds.
Non-human identity, big topic this week. I mean, that's a perfect classic example of a system or a service account that's used by a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And even though you got a governance process looking at it, not everybody knows who's all using it.
Yeah.
So if I were to shut it down, I don't know what I break.
Right. Well, and yeah, I mean, so old school FTP doesn't really plug into SSO, right? You know, so like I like to think of that kind of stuff as the asbestos of IT. Like I think
Nice.
that's how we need to be thinking about some of these older protocols that really don't fit into your zero trust framework, don't really fit into the way we manage identities and governance and stuff like that now. So I think we need to get rid of it as soon as possible because there are great alternatives out there. There's no reason to leave them around except that they still work.
Yeah, and I think the threat actors are looking for these. I mean, they're not trying
absolutely.
to defeat all layers of your security, right? They're trying to find that one misconfigured or unmanaged account like this, and they're
Yep.
like, that's where I'm going in.
Yep, spot on. Well, thank you, John, so much for joining me today. This was a lot of fun. To find out more about Radiant Logic, you can visit securityweekly.com/Radiant Logic IDV. For all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, John.
Yeah, really
this
appreciate
was a
the
lot
time.
of fun.
Thanks
Yeah.
a lot.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Amit Masand, founder and CEO at IDMEXPRESS. How are you, Amit?
Good, how are you?
Good. Excited to have the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
thanks for having us.
Identity is new for me. You know, this is an industry I never really covered. When I was an industry analyst, we had another analyst that covered identity.
Okay.
So I'm learning how behind I am. You know, how many acronyms, how many things that I need to catch up on, that I need to look up, that I need to learn. So obviously, like one of the big topics today is we've got this new AI technology, you know, and then we have, you know, of course, now when we say AI, everybody thinks about generative AI, but you know, machine learning is still used in a lot of security products.
Right.
So, at this point, I feel like, you know, ChatGPT I think came out in 2021,
right.
late 2021. We're starting to get a better idea of where it can be used, where it can be useful,
yeah.
and where maybe not. You know, so maybe let's start out with that. Like, what are you finding that AI in any form, whether it's generative or machine learning, you know, some form of neural networks or something like that, where can this be useful for us in identity?
So what I see with AI and machine learning is nothing but automation. And when you use automation, you find a lot of information in form of reports or in form of queries or in form of, you know, when you're extracting information from a database or a system, you also see a lot of vulnerabilities. And when you see the vulnerabilities, because you see them, you resolve them. And it's a good thing because it's very similar to what pen testing used to do in the past. Mm-hmm. Now you're finding vulnerabilities as good as pen testing with the use of AI and machine learning. And gradually you want to solve them. And you want to take a intuitive or prescriptive approach towards that.
So what does that look like for identity? Is it like posture management, like we're missing MFA here? Like how does that present in terms of identity?
So there are various products, identity governance. You use products like SailPoint or Saviynt, or on the SIAM or access management side, we have Ping, Okta kind of products. On the privilege access, you have CyberRisk, Delinea, or Beyond Trust. We implement and manage all those products. And then when you see the vulnerabilities, you know, when you're using managed services, you can take care of these vulnerabilities on a continuous basis. As I said, it's more intuitive, and you are monitoring every system, and then you're taking care of the risk mitigation with the use of managed services and other models that we have.
So you describe it as, you know, this is just another piece of automation, right? You know,
yes.
So is the idea to use it as kind of like a 24/7 monitor, you know, a security guard that's just watching, monitoring for things, and maybe taking care of things when people are sleeping, when people otherwise might be tired, don't have time to, right?
Yes, I think it's a great question because a lot of times, you know, everybody's involved in 8 to 5 kind of a job, and what do you do after 5 o'clock? And that's when we come in and we help the clients on managed services. So we are a managed services organization focused on, you know, supporting identity platforms for clients in various ways. And one of them is providing 24/7 managed services for our customers.
Yeah, and you know, managed services traditionally, like you're concerned about margins, you know, how many people, like if you have to have a follow the sun model, that kind of thing. So one of the things I'm looking for in the market is if managed services can find a way to use this technology. Like I think that's going to be an early indicator of whether or not this technology really is useful or not. You know, because the managed, it seems like the perfect use case.
Right.
Managed services, like it's hard to find enough people to staff that. You know, and you want to staff it 24/7. And if AI can help there, I feel like we're going to see all the managed services, all the MDR firms using this technology a lot.
Absolutely. I think it helps the customer, even with the business continuity, the models, and you know, it's with there's so many technology coming in, the newer products coming in, you need somebody who can, who you don't have to pay like 40-50% premium, who are available to you after 5 o'clock in the day, or even during the daytime. and they're available for you all the time. So it not only helps with the resolution of issues or vulnerabilities, but it also helps you run your day-to-day operations, business as usual, BAU kind of models.
Yeah. So a bit about on-prem to SaaS. That journey. I feel like that's been a constant journey we've seen organizations have over the years.
Yeah.
SaaS has not been as closely monitored, I feel like once we move from on-prem to SaaS.
Mm-hmm.
So just tell me a bit about like what are you guys doing for organizations that are in that journey, in that migration journey?
So as a partner to many different companies, we feel that migrations can be done in like a couple of ways. One is migration of the data, the structure around the existing applications, the integrations and everything else to cloud, and then transferring that data. The second part is doing a greenfield SaaS implementation and adjusting your processes based on the SaaS solutions. And I feel the latter is the better part, where better option. You should probably go for the greenfield implementation, because migrations could be tricky in large, complex organizations, enterprise organizations, even in mid-market. Those can be very tricky.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then just the role of identity services, identity as a service, from a services standpoint, as a managed service, like what kind of, do you find a certain part of the market really needs this? Tell me a bit about what your customers look like. Are they large organizations that still need some help? Are they mid-market where they don't have the IT staff, they don't have the security staff? What does that look like for you guys?
So any client hiring managed services provider is a very complex point, because some companies are experts on a specific product, and you want somebody who can take a look at managed services from the holistic approach. So you have one throat to choke, and that's what we provide. We provide managed services on IGA products. We provide managed services on PAM or SIAM solutions. So we want the customers to reach out to us and ask us those questions, so we can provide. As far as the customer goes, it could be a large retail organization that we have, or a large financial organization, or even it's the smallest company who are just using a couple of use cases. For us, all the clients are important, and we see this managed services growing rapidly with the holistic approach that we have, because we provide services for almost any product under the sun in the IAM space.
Yeah. So I should have asked that up front. Got a better idea of everything that you do provide for organizations. But I imagine and it could be different from organization to organization. Like maybe you do almost everything for one organization. Maybe for another organization, they're fine, but they want to add PAM, but they don't have the people to manage that component. Do you kind of see that with your customers?
Yes, talent is hard to find, and every client is struggling with that, and that's where we come in, and we provide that right talent at the right time, making sure that if let's say somebody leaves the organization, how do you replace those people? How managed services can be helpful in that area. So we see that all the time, and that's where we come in and we help the clients.
Do you prefer a particular technology or vendor? Like you prefer to work with Okta and Saviynt, or is anybody fine? Do you specialize in a certain area?
We respect and we love to work with all the partners, not just one or two. And we feel that every product brings their own set of use cases, resolution methods, and I think every product has their niche, and we want to use those niche areas of expertise in order to solve the problems for the customers. So I think every product has this own set of customers where they need different help.
Yeah. I've got a note here about business continuity and point of sale.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a story there, like some kind of anecdote. I used to be a PCI QSA, so I've dealt with retail quite a bit in my past.
Yeah.
A lot of payment audits.
So it's very similar to what you have at now Netflix or Amazon, right? It's on demand. You can go log in and you can watch anything. Similarly, when on-prem the products, you had to maintain the entire infrastructure. Now you have somebody maintaining that for you, and that really helps because you're only focused on growing your business or maintaining your day-to-day business as usual processes, and point of sale. So the important part is that it is available on demand, and it is available anywhere in the world. That is the SaaS. That is the beauty of the SaaS solutions. And I feel that we are really lucky to have that solutions for that have been provided by current like Amazon providers or SaaS providers, and I think we love the part that it is available for point of sale easily, compared to like whether you had to maintain like hundreds of people to maintain the infrastructure. That was very hard early on.
Okay.
Yeah,
good stuff. Amit, thank you so much for joining me today. It was a great conversation.
Thank you.
And to find out more about IDMEXPRESS, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDM-IDV. And for all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, Amit.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Matt Caulfield, VP of Identity, Cisco Duo.
Adrian, good to be here.
How you doing?
Pretty good. A little sweaty. I feel like I've been running over this place all day. So
Yeah, it's better than August, right? If you got to run around?
Yeah, if you had to go to Vegas, yeah.
It's I've been looking at Black Hat, and Mandalay Bay is completely booked up. Four Seasons completely booked up. I really don't want to have to Uber every day.
Yeah, when I was a startup, we had no funding. I couldn't get a hotel on the Strip, and we had to go to Black Hat. I wound up at a Holiday Inn, 3 blocks away.
I'm
it
sure
was
that
a journey.
was lovely.
The people I met, the temperatures, the whole thing was an experience.
Yeah, I bet. So some interesting topics here. Identity is not my typical thing. So I'm learning a lot here. I'm kind of drinking from the fire hose.
Kind of a fish out of water here.
I mean, I wouldn't say fish out of water. I've been doing security since 2001, and identity's always been part of that. But I don't know all the acronyms, and yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on. So our first question, we've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds left, just to throw that out there. If you could redesign IAM from scratch, what would it look like? Go.
Okay, I see why the time was important. So redesign identity from scratch. I think there's a few key problems that we're bumping into now. Kind of like technical debt that was built into IAM.
Design debt maybe.
Yeah, design debt. And a lot of it's baggage that's built up over the past 30 or so years. And part of it is identity hasn't traditionally been a security thing. It's mainly been there for productivity. The reason why we did single sign-on was so that you got to sign in once and then you got to work. And
less wasted time for employees.
Right. I think the realization now is we should have thought more about security from the outset and had security goals in addition to productivity goals. Yeah. And so I think we're now paying for that by having to bolt on and add back in a lot of the things that are missing. I'd say it's that. And the other one is that keeps me up at night is authorization. So how do I know who should have access to what? A lot of that's pretty coarse-grained today. A new employee joins an organization, what do they have access to at the application level, but what should they be able to do within the application? And if they start spinning up agents from an agentic AI perspective, what should those agents be allowed to do on their behalf to accomplish their goals? That whole set of problems is a big rabbit hole that I don't know if we could have fixed it even if we knew all this was coming when identity and IAM was invented, but there's definitely things we could have done better from a security perspective at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, SaaS has been a thing for a long time now, for 2 decades. But I feel like more recently, everything has integrations now, and anybody can go to Zapier, or, just like an average employee, can integrate their full calendar, all their email, and start setting up automations and giving access to all this stuff to them. I used to work for a SaaS posture management vendor. The last vendor I worked for was SSPM, and it was shocking the stuff we would find in customers. We would find, in some cases, 7 cases where tenant-wide they had given access to their Microsoft 365 or their Google Workspace just to do a POC and never revoked that access.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's insane.
Yeah, we do a ton of posture stuff at Duo with the identity lens.
Sure,
similar to SSPM.
Yeah.
But same thing, is you never don't find something when you start doing identity analytics.
Yeah, there's always something.
Skeletons in the closet.
So passwordless and phishing-resistant authentication. There's so many options now. It's almost overwhelming. We've got your primary options, your fallback options, your password recovery options, your backup codes. There's so much going on right now with identity. We've got FIDO2. We're still explaining. Passkeys feel like they're not quite fully baked yet.
We're getting there.
There's this experience I have. I go to a website, says, "Hey, would you like to log in with a passkey?" I'm like, "Yeah, it sounds great. Let's do it." It's like, "Where's your passkey?" I don't know. And it'll give me a QR code. Is it on your iPhone? I don't know. Let's try it. 5 minutes later, okay, it looks like it don't have a passkey.
Right.
Like
Create a
this
new
was not
account,
helpful.
new
This
password.
was, I might as well have typed a 32-character
Sure.
password. That would have been quicker.
Yes. No, I think a lot of things are happening on the authentication front. So we think about single sign-on and authorization, but like even just authentication, like how do you get in from a passwordless perspective using passkeys or other kind of FIDO2 methods? The very active area of innovation, especially for Duo. So coming from Duo, we're known for authentication. For the longest time, Duo is doing second factor auth or MFA, and that's what we're known for in the industry, and we do it really freaking well. What we've heard from customers, though, is that they want to go beyond kind of push-based authentication to more phishing resistant. And so we've done a lot of new work, especially on phishing resistant factors and end-to-end phishing resistant. You mentioned that there's lots of different vendors out there for different kind of points in the life cycle for enrollment, for login, for like mid-session security. One nice thing that I think we can do with end-to-end phishing resistance is we can think about, all right, from the time of the employee joining an organization, or even before that when they're interviewing, how do we take that identity and then securely enroll them, give them access to a device, give them access to applications, make sure that their mid-session security is secure so you can't do session hijacking, and then when they need to do recovery, call the help desk or self-service recovery. We do every step along the way in a method that is phishing resistant, meaning that you don't need to put in a username, a password, you don't need to do number matching, you don't need to take a 6-digit code and copy it from a text message into a form. It's just like no passwords anywhere. We're relying on the fact that you something you have and something you are, but not really something you know anymore.
Yeah, because that can be phished, that can be social engineered out of you. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, how do you make that transparent, but also make it clear to me whether or not I have a passkey, and if so, where that might be stored, so I'm not...
It's a huge problem. So I mean, we integrate with passkeys in that we let customers use them, but they're kind of inherently not quite enterprise ready yet, and so we offer alternatives to passkeys with other factors that are just as secure, or rather more secure, because they do have the controls around them for where they can live and what devices they're tied to and how they can be migrated between devices.
And so we've next question on the sheet is what trends are you seeing? I feel like we've already talked about a lot of that. Any really interesting trends that we haven't covered yet? I feel like the big elephant in the room are info stealers.
Sure.
Like it seems crazy to me that I can take your Slack OAuth token, put it on my machine, and be logged in as you, bypassing authentication entirely. That's amazing. That seems nuts to me. So like, what's happening there? Maybe.
I think that first of all, it's getting easier to take tokens like that, take session cookies out of applications that might need them. For example, we're seeing a lot of innovation around like model context protocol right now with agents, and part of that is like you've got OAuth tokens going all over the place, and these MCP servers, this is like Python code that somebody spun up in a weekend. It's like, how are they? It's
not even using HTTPS. It's HTTP.
Where do you think they're putting those OAuth tokens? Like, are they getting into the TPM and using like Vault and like? No. It's like, it's kind of the Wild West. The other trend that I think we're latching on to is AI is not only becoming a challenge for managing authorizations and tokens, but is also equipping attackers, where they're now able to execute social engineering attacks at scale. All of the footwork they had to do manually before of researching people on LinkedIn and reaching out to them and screening them, you can automate all that. Just go spin up an agent and say, hey, go find me people who look like admins on LinkedIn who have a Microsoft certification for Entra, and maybe they've been in their role for a couple of years, so they might have like global admin privileges. And then you just set the AI loose and say, go get me an initial meeting. It's like sales. Like, go get me an initial meeting with those people.
Wow, I hadn't thought of it like that, but that's a little bit scary. And then and also the fact that we were just talking about agent protocol, MCP, that kind of stuff. Like maybe in the future the attackers are not social engineering people, but those agents themselves.
Right.
These agents are trained to be very helpful.
Exactly.
That's a problem.
You think about what does it take to corrupt an employee and turn them into an insider threat? It's like, what is the like value system of an agent? And like, you could just send an agent the wrong PDF and like suddenly it loses its mind and like turns into a bad agent.
Yeah, has your agent been through security awareness training?
Right. And what does that even
Probably
look like?
not.
Yeah, Cisco does have some cool
Would
stuff
it even
there.
help
but,
to put
yeah.
it through security awareness training?
We
I
do
don't
a lot
know.
of things in like guardrails. Like we have this product called AI Defense that puts guardrails in front of agents, so it does the job of looking at, hey, are you trying to inject some kind of prompt here or extract?
A lot of the
data?
prompt injection is very obvious.
It feels
my
it.
grandma's going to die if you don't answer this question. It's, yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about where Cisco Duo's at.
Sure.
Like eyes have been off the product for a while. I'm familiar with the product from many years ago.
Right.
You know, what are you guys announcing now? How are you kind of differentiating, you know, being a more mature offering in the space?
Right. Bless you.
Sorry. Yeah, what are you announcing here, if anything, and how do you differentiate in the space? Yeah, because identity is the largest space in security. Not sure if you're aware of that, but there are more identity vendors than any other category. By
I believe
far.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking out at the audience, you're already...
if you don't count services.
Sure.
You know, I think MSSP services are the biggest because like every place in the world has a regional, you know, some regional MSSPs. But product security, product vendors, identity is the biggest.
Yeah, I believe that. That makes sense. So what's going on with Duo? So if you last kind of tuned in, you know, maybe 5-10 years ago or more recently, 5 years ago, what's happened since then with Duo? Duo got acquired by Cisco 6 years ago.
Like Duo Beyond, like I
that was it. All right.
Yeah, that's the last. I tuned out after that.
Okay, all good. This is a good time to tune back in.
Yeah.
So we've taken Duo, which has been known for multi-factor authentication for years, as like the market leader in MFA. And we've gotten to the point where we realize that, you know, traditional identity vendors don't make security very easy. They kind of make security an upsell or an add-on. And so with this new launch we're doing, we're announcing Cisco Duo Identity Access Management. So we're now an IAM vendor and an identity provider. That's totally new.
Okay.
So Duo has a directory now. We support single sign-on for SAML and OIDC. We have a whole application catalog of 500 plus out-of-the-box integrations that have been validated. So it's very much competitive as a full-stack IAM solution, so that when you're choosing, like, hey, should I go with an IAM vendor that is optimized for like workforce productivity or more for security, we give you that option. So this is a security-first IAM solution. It's secure by default. All the security capabilities are built into the base tier, so you don't have to pay extra for them. That's really big. The other piece is that we've added end-to-end phishing resistance. So we've, you probably know the Duo mobile app and push notifications. We've added something really cool, which is called proximity verification. So you can use Bluetooth low energy between your laptop and the phone, and it senses that you're nearby. And then because you register your devices and because you're using a biometric on the phone, you now have phishing resistant authentication. So you need to literally be like sitting in the room with me as an attacker in order to get into the flow there and intercept it. So that goal of getting the passwordless, phishing resistant, biometric, cryptographically secure authentication that a lot of organizations have, we can now do. And then the last piece of it, so there's the directory, there's proximity verification. The last piece is identity intelligence. So we have an analytics layer that lets you connect to all of your identity sources, whether Duo or non-Duo, to get a full picture. So for organizations that really care about identity from a security lens and they're worried about that, this is, I will say, the go-to way to get there, from a easy button to passwordless, easy button to secure identity by default.
Very cool. Yeah, that feature kind of reminds me of my Apple Watch. If I take off my Apple Watch, it's going to lock and require a PIN to unlock. But if I open my phone next to it, automatically unlocks it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, it's the same idea.
Is that the same way it works?
Proximity, I don't know if they're using Bluetooth low energy, but yeah, that's what we're using, BLE.
Yeah.
So it's a cool technology. You don't need to even pair the two of them.
Right.
The laptop will just broadcast a Bluetooth signal. So Bluetooth pairing is a pain in the neck, to be frank. We don't even need to deal with any of that.
Oh, wow. That is very cool.
Yeah,
I would say that's innovative. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of, those kinds of, one of my favorite roles was in product, and it's great when you find those features that are just delightful, just delight the customer, and it's just intuitive. And I mean, sometimes in security you have to explain it a little bit, like passkeys are sometimes too easy,
right?
And makes people uncomfortable. They're like, wait a minute, I have to enter a password or it's not secure, right? Like,
Not quite.
yeah. So I think, maybe people need to get a little used to that.
No, I think it's intuitive. Like you imagine you walk into your office, you sit down at your desk, you put your phone on the table, you open your laptop, and like
you're logged in.
You're ready to go. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
simple.
great. That's awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you again for joining me today. Fun conversation, and yeah, thanks again. To find out more about Cisco Duo, you can visit securityweekly.com/duoidv. And for all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, Matt.
Thanks, Adrian. Good to be here.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is David Lee, Field CTO at Saviynt. Welcome.
Thanks,
How are
man.
you?
I'm good. Got my steps in because it, takes forever to walk over here, but feeling good. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we've both been doing a lot of recording.
Yeah, a lot of recording today.
So yeah, jumping into it, this is not a term that I've heard before, but first of all, maybe just a little bit about what Saviynt does, and then we'll go into it from there.
Yeah, man. So Savynt's an identity security platform, right? It's the new buzz phrase in identity, but started out as IGA, right, as Identity Governance Administration, but since has then grown to be a unified platform that allows customers to solve their identity problems from privileged access management, just-in-time access, SOD access controls, governance, that whole kind of cycle. That's what we do. We provide it to them in the cloud, helping them transition and handle all these identity problems that they have all in one platform.
Yeah, and I remember as an industry analyst over at 451 Research talking to Saviynt in the early days, like 2014.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the other day, like I hear nothing but good things about Saviynt.
That's awesome.
Just yesterday, somebody was raving about how nice the UI UX is. So I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, listen, it's a lot of hard work went into making sure we did that. Here's the interesting thing about Saviynt. I used to hear about them a lot. I've been in the industry for 20 years. That's where all the great comes from. Listen, I'm older than I look, folks.
There we go.
But one of the things I always gave them credit for is that the leaders of this company had a vision of today 10 years ago, right? They knew that this swing was going to happen, that would consolidate back again, and that customers wouldn't want like integration, then best of breed tools and pay all that. They wanted to have everything in one platform, and that the whole cloud thing was really going to be where it was going to move. And so taking that vision and getting to this point to where now the industry's ready for that vision, and to be able to support that vision has been awesome to see and come together. And that's one thing that with all that, we still kept that kind of startup mentality of, hey, let's get to the customers, what are your pain points, let's fix it, let's keep it evolving and keep it going. So it's been really fun.
Yeah, in 2014, when they pitched it to me, I was like, okay, so you guys are going to boil the ocean. All right, good luck with it. And they did it.
Right, exactly.
It was incredible. Incredible to watch over the years. So what does data-driven identity leadership mean? That's a mouthful.
Yeah, it is a mouthful, right? It's really a move to being able to empower organizations to actually make decisions around data on how they're going to run their identity programs. And the reason why that's important is identity, historically, we kind of come in and say, okay, we're going to do identity access management, we're going to do this project that's great. What are we going to accomplish? Oh, we're going to go secure all the things. We're going to go provision all the things, or we got auditor compliance to go do. And what we're seeing is that we have these stalled projects to where they get started and they never continue. They just kind of sit in this state of like, hey, we got 10 apps onboarded and that's all we ever do. So going data-driven is like saying all this data that we have access to, all the things for how many accounts you have, what's provisioned, the activity on those accounts, we can give that information to our users and go, okay, now that you look at this, let's start making decisions on how you want to drive your program next, right? Give you a concrete example. Let's look at it and say, hey, we want to get rid of overprivileged accounts. We really want to do zero standard privilege, but how many overprivileged accounts do we have? Like, how do they use those overprivileged accounts? So be able to take real data that says, here you go, you've got 2,000 accounts that are all overprivileged. Now I can start building metrics and going, okay, I want to reduce this to 100 in the next 18 months. How am I going to go about that? Now you've got that data, but now you can also track it and continue to look at it within your tools to go, here's how we're improving, here's how we're moving. So it gives identity programs now a way to really say, here's what we're doing, here's how we're showing it, and here's how we can start planning where we want to go next. And that's something we really haven't had in identity.
So if I can, just see if I'm understanding it, using that identity, these insights, you can use that to break it down into manageable projects and goals. And then you're not looking at trying to get everything done all at once, right?
Right, exactly.
Because without that data, maybe it's not clear what you should do next, or how to break it into something you can get done 90 days at a time, 30 days at a time.
Right.
I've seen plenty of these projects. When I was on the enterprise side, every project was an 18-month project.
Right.
And they all failed.
Exactly, right? But also to that point, it's also like, always got to answer the ROI question, right? Or that question when it's like, your boss comes in and goes, hey, so we spent $3 million. What what did I get? Where are we at, right? And so identity has always been hard. It's like, oh, well, we did these things, but it's like, but what does that mean? What did that do to the organization?
And we still have all these problems.
Right. And so now, like, having that data, it goes, okay, listen, where we started was, it took us 2 weeks to provision an account, right? Now we've reduced that down by 50%. And now we're going to onboard these applications because this is going to allow us to reduce that by 30%. Again, now you're having data conversations, and once you can have those, right, you can map that to initiatives within the business. You can map that to higher level goals. Like, so you can talk to the CISO about, hey, you want to reduce risk this year. What are your main initiatives or where you want to reduce risk? We can align to that, and then we can measure by that, right? So it's having a different conversation that, again, like I said, in identity, we really haven't been having. It's been a struggle trying to like define what success is. This just gives us a way to go, this is success and this is what it looks like, right?
So how much does a tool get you there and say, hey, here's the stuff you should be doing, versus you having to put some input into it and have some idea already of where you want to go? Like to what extent is it just going to pop up and say, hey, you know, your peers are doing this, you should do this also, versus like somebody actually has to put in the reporting criteria to get these insights out of the data?
So it takes both, right? It's not a complete magic wand the way we look at this, right? So when you're talking about data-driven insights, you have to have a general direction of where you want to go. Best analogy I like to use is, right, for anybody that runs a marathon, right? I don't like to run. I'm not a runner. So, but if you tell me, hey, Dave, you want to go run a marathon?
I used to be 100 pounds ago.
Okay. Well, if you say, hey, Dave, you want to go run a marathon? I was like, tell me about the marathon. If you say, oh, it's just open-ended, we're going to run. Absolutely not. No. I need to know how far is it, where we're going, and where's the end, because how do I know to measure how far I can go? Because if you tell me we're going to go run, you know, I don't know, 10 miles, but every mile we get a beer, I'm like, I might be in for that. Because I can just tell myself, okay, every mile I can go. But the point is, you know how far the end is, you know how to measure it, right? So bringing that back, it's really about saying, okay, now you can look at this thing and say, I can measure how far I want to go. And I can bring those data insights and say, all right, this is going to be about 10 miles, and I'll track it this way.
Yeah, and it does seem, at least in my experience, that the length of the project, like how much, you know, breaking it down into something, like you just lose people. Man.
You do.
Like the motivation goes away, other things pop up, competing priorities. Like and I don't know what that magic length of a project is, like exactly what that ideal. I don't know if it's 47 days, you know, but it's not 18 months. I can tell you that.
It's not 18 months. It's not 18 months. And listen, so having a general idea of what you want to accomplish, and then, you know, feeding it some data to help you make those decisions is helpful. But also, you have to realize that with identity, it's not just a straightforward project, right? It is a program, it's an ongoing thing, but being able to break it down into those chunks to where you can say, okay, look, we're going to do this much of a sprint, so maybe we'll say for this one, the magic number is 47 days, we go, hey, every 47 days, this is what we're going to do. And at the end of 47 days, hey, we can have success, we'll have a party, ice cream, cookies, whatever we want to do, and then move on to the next 47 days. So.
Yeah, and that's one of the original reasons I moved into consulting and out of the enterprise is that sense that, oh, we completed something never happened.
Right.
And especially in security, like we would have all these 18 months projects and almost all of them would fail. And it was just really, it was depressing. It felt like we were never getting anywhere.
Exactly. No, that's hard, man. Like, so, people like to win, right?
It's huge for morale.
It really is.
Yeah. So, so yeah, we've been talking about using the data to identify gaps and opportunities. I think that's a lot of what you're going to do with that data-driven approach. And then we talked about the length of the project. How do you measure this? How do you measure success with some of the stuff as well? Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. So part of it is really working with the customer in the beginning. Go, okay, let's help you define what that looks like. Mm-hmm. The best thing we like to see is really time to value, right? Mm-hmm. Like being able to get in and say, okay, which data can you look at that actually gives you something actionable? Like I'll give you one of the examples, like with our customers that we've been working with, right? They were able to see actionable insights within like 30 minutes of, you know, deploying a solution, getting in data, and they're like, oh wow, like here's this data, here's these findings, we can actually go do something. This would have saved us hours if we had to do this manually, right?
Right.
So we really kind of focus on that in the beginning, like what again, quick wins, like for those of us that have been in consulting, we always like low-hanging fruit, right? What's the first thing we can go do just to say, hey, here's what this looks like and get that little bit of success? So the main focus is really, in the beginning, time to value. What's the biggest thing that you're struggling with today?
Yeah.
Let's look at that and understand how can data help you make a better decision here? And then let's go after that, show you that you can have success here, and then start building from there.
Yeah, alleviating those pain points. Yeah, so let's jump. I love stories. I love anecdotes.
Dude, I got thousands of them. Thousands of them.
So yeah, a real world example where data insights led to, so basically what you were just saying, major improvement or transformation. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple of different times with some of our customers that we work with as we start taking this approach, right? And really it's about, if I take a broader view, right, what customers are now seeing, where we're at with technology right now is we have this ability to consume massive amounts of data, right? And be able to get patterns out of that data and see that like quickly and show visibility into what these patterns mean, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the biggest thing that we really haven't been able to do before in identity. I won't say other areas because data science and data mining has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
But specifically in identity, the ability to do that and show like just context into what this application means, what this resource means, right? So here's this account and it's connected to these resources, and so it means it can do these things, right? Just that alone, that visibility has been huge in helping customers understand, how do I start to think about modeling this access now? Because now I understand, like, wow, this role that I've been assigning is really, really overprivileged because I didn't realize it's assigning access to all these back-end resources over here, right? So that area alone has really been one of the things where we've been seeing a lot of results with our customers, just understanding that data and then kind of taking the next steps.
Do you have a specific example with a customer though?
Not one that I can share. Okay. Right. So the most specific one is like I said, the customers we had that, again, within 30 minutes they were able to find like actionable reports once their data came in. But,
I mean, as a vendor, it's great to see also. Like that's exactly what you want to see. And I've worked for some vendors where it's great to have that kind of a product because it's something they've never seen before. Like it's a question that's always been in their head. And then when you can actually answer that for them, and see that light bulb, I like to call it the light bulb moment.
Exactly, love it.
Having that dashboard or that one report that flips on that light bulb. Love to see it.
Yeah, every time. That's how I know you were a consultant, because that's every consultant's dream. To see that light bulb moment happen.
And I did a lot of pen testing. Did PCI QSA work, and especially with pen testing. Hitting mid-market companies, somewhat large enterprise, a lot of retail companies, almost always. Some of those moments going on. I've got stories too. So what advice would you give in just moving from this kind of stalled, nothing's progressing, kind of reactive kind of mindset and situation to something that's more proactive? Like, identity is huge.
It is.
Where do you start with it?
Yeah, so the first place to start is look at what is the things that you want to accomplish within your business, right? I'm very much, you've got to align yourself to the business goals and what your organization's trying to do. So I say the first thing you do is start there. And if you look at that and go, well, Dave, I'm in this huge organization and okay, cool. Just go up a level, right? What does your boss want to get done this year? What does your boss's boss want to get done this year?
What are they complaining about?
Right, okay, so now that you have that, okay, this is what we want to go do. How do we get there, right? What is it going to take to get there? And what do we need to measure to show progress to get there? And once you kind of take that kind of algorithm, sorry guys, I'm a nerd, computer science, right? And apply it to just one area. So pick one area, so if you're talking to your boss's boss, here's this pain point. Let's work backwards from here and go, okay, you want to get to this initiative, you want this done, how should we measure this? What are the things we're going to do to get there? Let's start there and start seeing what data we have to go collect against that, and just start marching against it. And then once you kind of have that down, now you can pick the next initiative. Now you can pick the next one, and it just kind of grows from there, right? Eat the elephant one bite at a time. Yeah.
I bet if you talk to the help desk, the service desk, I bet they have some ideas on what you can do.
They've got tons of them.
What do your tickets look like? What ticket do you? Oh, why are you resetting pass? We can do self-service password resets, right?
Exactly, right.
What are you doing? Yeah.
How many of these tickets do you get a day?
Yeah.
Do you really want to know this in that?
Oh man, that's great. Yeah. Wish we could talk more, but we're out of time. David Lee, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me, man.
It's
It's been fun.
And to find out more about Saviynt, you can visit securityweekly.com/SavientIDV for all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance. You can also visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, David.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Great.
it. Thanks, guys. All right.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Treb Ryan, General Manager at Cubeless. Welcome, Treb.
Hey, thanks for having me, Adrian.
Excited about the conversation, especially because you're giving away free stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's we're kind of excited about that too. I've been looking around the floor, and it seems like we're the only ones who are doing this. So It's always nice to have a little space to yourself. It's also nice that we think there's a real reason this needs to be free for people, and there's a lot of opportunity when you allow people to start using ID in their businesses and in their organizations. It doesn't have to be just a business, where they start using single sign-on and multi-factor authentication.
So before we go too deep, what's free?
So
what are you giving away?
The basic free offering from us is what we call Cubeless Verify. It was part of our product that was doing the remote workforce. And we realized this was the area that people were most interested in. It was where it had the most pain points. Yeah. And Cubeless Verify is very simply a single sign-on multi-factor authentication system that you go in and sign up for right online. You do it today after you hear this video at cubeless.io. You go in there, you invite your users, you start setting up your apps, and you start assigning those out, and you have single sign-on capabilities for any app that handles SAML, and standard one-time password multi-factor authentication, either with our mobile app or if you're using a Google Authenticator. All those pieces are included. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, and it's kind of the inverse of what we're used to seeing in the market.
Yeah,
usually SSO costs you extra.
You see it in two sides. One is, it's always been an enterprise product. And so to take it from the app provider side, the last company I was with, when I first came on, they had just created an SSO integration. So it's 2020 is when you start seeing even smaller apps put those in place. And they immediately wanted to put it in our enterprise tier. And I'm like, why? It doesn't cost us anything. And the more people who we can get using our app, the more they'll do. We did error management, so we'll see more errors and we'll see more things if we get people on it more easily. But the reason it goes into enterprise is because that's the only people in the past who needed SSO, right? Yeah. When all these companies were created, you weren't going out to some 25-person accounting shop and saying, let's use SSO. You were going out to big organizations that had sophisticated implementations and wanted to put it in place. But with today's market, really, as we say, identity is the center now of all security. With stuff like zero trust and everything, the easiest way to make sure you're secure is not to do it through the traditional forms. It's to get someone's ID down and then give them the appropriate roles and access based on that ID. But that is something that is only available to people who have the money to pay for enterprise packages. And when it should be available to any company, and it shouldn't be, there's a barrier to that, because by adopting that, they're going to have a whole new world of things they can do that makes their life easier, as well as more secure in the way they manage the team. And that allows them to do all these new things we're talking about that you see here in the show today, because they have the basics done and they're already in place. They've got IDs for their people, and they're able to do that regardless of the size of their organization or the quality, the depth of their IT staff.
Yeah, it makes sense. So it does seem counterintuitive when you pitch it that way, that making SSO only available in the most expensive option, that's a barrier to adoption for your product.
And it makes, it's very hard to do this in the beginning, right? When the first SSO applications came out, and I was working a lot of SaaS, we were banging our head against the wall for single sign-on from like 2007, right? Yeah. Everybody knew this was where it was going, but the ability to actually create something that worked with multiple applications was quite difficult, and the cost associated with that was quite difficult. But this is at a point now where these are table stakes. We had, when we originally built our product for the remote workforce, we built on Auth0, which is, fine. You can go into some of the strengths and weaknesses in there. Yeah. But the guy, he says, we want you to sign up for 50,000 users. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'll be lucky if I have 500 users. This app just is coming out today. And, that idea of both not only just the cost, but the enterprise sales method of going about that makes it very difficult for organizations who don't have the resources in terms of dollars or the resources in terms of experts, right? You know, the vast majority of the people who are now seeing SSO as an important part of business because maybe they're being required to because they do a finance, they're an outsourced accounting firm, and they're getting asked more and more that they need to have these security pieces in place. They probably have an outsourced IT firm who's working for the outsourced accounting firm, and if that IT firm is a security guy, they probably don't have an identity person, right? And so the first barrier was the cost, and the second barrier is this stuff is hard. It's still so hard. I think we want to make sure that it's easier. I say
hard in what way?
Like just take for anybody who knows this. There's
to
something called
configure
an
the SAML?
entity ID, right?
Yeah.
There are 13 different terms for entity ID that every single application uses a different term for that. And then there's entity IDP, entity IT, and service provider entity ID. And for each of these things, you have to become versed in each application, what they're saying it is, and what it's called by their customer. Now we have some fun things coming forward about doing what we call a translator, but this simple piece in there. One of the simple things we do is when you see the documentation, it tells you all the different things it could be called. So when you're looking at someone who's using client ID instead of IDP, server entity ID, you'll know that client ID is a synonym for this, right? And by the way, signed assertions and documents, and it's crazy how little standardization there is, or even how you get the metadata across is different in almost every single app. So making this, there's someone who can say, here's how it works, and here's how you should get it into the next piece. Also, a lot of it we found it was very overcomplicated. Here's 18,000 knobs and dials. I had a hard time with my own engineers. We don't need to have all those knobs and dials in there. We just need 90% of this is going to be these 5 switches that the customer needs to know. Just put those up there. But what if they need something else? Well, put that down in advanced. But if you put all this information where there's, take a key cloak where there's 5,000 different, you don't know which the important ones are. What are the ones I'm supposed to have? What are the ones I'm not? So you need to make this something that is more intuitive for people who don't spend all day in identity. And on top of that's how you get signed up. This is much more like signing up for Slack than it is like signing up for a traditional IDP. You get an email invite, you put it out there. When you sign up, you just go in there, do your MFA first because we need to know you so you can then become the admin, and then just start dropping your apps in. It's much simpler than a traditional environment. It has flexibility? Does it have the complexity that some of the more enterprise apps are? But no, that's A, something that people don't need in our environment, and B, often can be something that stops adoption because they get overwhelmed in trying to set this up.
No, that totally makes sense, and it's it's a constant battle with should the product be simple or should the product be powerful, right? Like powerful's every time I see somebody market a tool as powerful, I'm like, okay, so I need to go to training before I can use it.
Right. And I come up from the SaaS world and then cloud software, and you see this over and over and over again. What starts as a simple application by necessity gets more and more complicated over time. And that's a real thing because as the customers become more sophisticated and as they grow, then you're going to have to add in more things to take the larger needs of a large organization. And most good apps will start growing from people buying online and getting their freemium product to more sophisticated long-term users. The risk of that is you can't start there, right? You can't start with something that's requires a lot of training and buy-in just to get up and running, because in a product-led growth where you get people to sign up and use it, that friction you put into place is a lost user. People will drop out of the system over and over and over again, while the real key is to get them using it as quickly as possible and seeing success on that, because that's what it drives adoption, and that's what gets people using your system.
No, totally. And it's almost like more art than science, and trying to figure out like what is simple enough,
right?
But then doesn't. Not simple in a way that they're not going to do the important things.
And there's there's tools out there today. It's a little easier. They're not as good as they say they are, but where you can see where a user, say, drops out of the process. I think some of the simpler, even simpler ideas is we have on every page, when you're in the app, there's a feedback form. As much as I like to think that all 120 apps that we have just out of the gate, or the custom, you can put any other app on top of that, is going to have the right things in for a config. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to sign up for 125 enterprise software license applications, and so you want to have someone going, hey, I'm stuck here, and plus, obviously, the regular customer success support, the people who are there. That's why in the business, by the way, customer success is seen in both sales and support, because the more the customers use it, the more they grow, and then the more chance you have of getting revenue from it.
Yeah, and it's how's it been to scale that up? Because free product, you're encouraging feedback. Like I imagine, for that process to be successful, you got to get back in touch pretty quickly, or they're going to lose interest. You're gonna lose them. So how's it been scaling that?
There's better tools for it today to start getting than there used to be in the past. A lot of in-app capabilities. I won't tell you how it's worked on this one so far, but I can tell you how I've done it in past ones, and it works exceedingly well. The better you can respond and help the customer get to what they want, it is the closest thing to magic. If your success rep is calling them and not talking about upgrading, but just saying, here's how you can use this more effectively, the relationship changes fantastically, because they look at this as, we're helping you do this more. Now, when you do it more, we're going to get paid more in the long run, whether it's conversion ratios or if you have someone who's on a paid plan where you can go up to it. So you have to have that capability, but it's not as overarching, it's not as tough as it used to be. And we're a little early on for us, but there's obviously a bunch of new tools around AI and those pieces where on our application, AI is used to create automated configurations. We've already done that on a few. It's not something we're announcing yet, but in those places. You can also do that, obviously, to gather information from a client that you can even feed back into those AI agents and say, hey, this is the feedback we're getting. Use that as a learning model for making a new configuration, as well as giving it to, of course, the standard piece, which our guy Ian over here is going to send you a message chat or send you an email and check in on how you're doing.
So if this, the base product is free, what is the monetization strategy here?
And I want to say it is going to continue to be free. The single sign-on, and what we see as core elements around that.
Sure.
So, example, our authentication right now is multi-factor authentication. We're close to releasing a passkey as well. To me, that is a core to using the product. The easier you make it for people, and the more secure you make it, the more likely they're going to grow. So I don't want to add friction to that process. You'll see us as we add more and more of these automated AI integrations. Those are going to be free. What are they going to buy from us then? I'm not 100% sure. That's the nature. One of the natures of doing a product-led growth company. We have the remote security product. We might see people move into that, but we have some ideas about. SSO costs a lot of money besides just the cost of the provider, us, the IDP, the cost of the technical expertise to manage this in your identity shop, your IT, your security people. There's also costs in adopting it and integrating with other applications. And so our guess is there's an opportunity for us to be able to reduce your costs with other applications. But that's a guess. And the best thing is, we'll know a lot more when we end up adding, with the idea is, and with the free offering, we should have enough users who are actually saying, this is what I really want. And this is what I want built in, and this is what I'd be willing to actually, is valuable enough for me to pay. And we're not talking, this is something for us that looks like $5 a user, about $10. This is not identity should not get to be prohibitively expensive. I mean, heck, half the time with the SSO tax, you have to pay more than $5 or $10 just to get it into your organization. And those are things where we think there might be some opportunities, but we'll find out. I have to ask you at the next conference.
I imagine with the data that you gather from that, it's going to kind of inform what direction you go in. That data is going to be interesting.
It's a slow process as opposed to doing sales. You don't get to quite the revenue as fast as you do when you do sales. But if you've done this for a while and you're willing to have the patience, unfortunately we're part of a bigger company, so we're an independent division, which does, by the way, just outsource support. It's called Mod Squad, and they have a gig people. They were one of the first gig companies all over the world who log in and do support, and support where the original security product and where identity became so important, because you don't know where anybody's going to be logging in from. So ensuring they're them is the most important piece to doing the rest of security in the environment. And so that's why we got into the identity, those identity pieces. But that, we know where we're going to scale with that, but being able to talk to those people gave us the ideas of what we made sure we had to do for this product, from day one. Also, it was a nice advantage to come in, I've done, ground zero startups. I'm usually cloud-based software to like 10 million is where my strengths are. And I happen to have a strength in converting services into software in those places. But I will say, having done this a million times, it's nice to have been part of a bigger organization. It gives us some expertise, especially around actually security. We do have a dedicated identity management guy, and get some expectations on there. It also means that we get things like, even when we first came up with the first iteration of Cubeless Verify last year, as the bigger product, it was SOC 2 certified in 3 months. Partly because we know how to write apps that are secure in and of itself, and we have an environment that people understand how to run that environment so you can get your certifications. That's a real load off of that, because of course whenever you're doing a security product, you have to no one's going to buy you because you say we have SOC 2, but they might not buy you if you don't, even if it's free. If they're putting their identities out there, they need to be confident that this is done in an area that's been repeated before, that's gone through the types of audits necessary to get their stuff onto it. So as much as we talk about price and easy use as our primary two pieces into there, or no price and ease of use, it's got to be reliable too, and that's kind of the third tenet of the organization.
Identity's pretty important.
Yeah, it is. And I did the back end of a lot of SaaS applications, included the security piece on there. It can never get you another customer, but it can lose you a lot of customers extremely quickly.
Sure.
And it's something that you need to go in with confidence that this is an application that was built the right way, it's put on the right types of infrastructure, and has been proved through, even in the initial days, to go through the kind of audits that are difficult for even sometimes mature companies. Maybe often more difficult for mature companies, because we wrote it the way to pass that to begin with, right? We understood what we were doing. Why mature companies often have to go back and change a lot of things in order to get that kind of certification.
Yeah, free's great, but free also becomes a liability.
Yes.
Yeah,
you don't want to lose that that identity. We're fortunately not dealing with much in the way of PII, but that's the number one thing we know we need to protect against. But even from an identity perspective, and there is a higher level of necessity when you have a single point of entry into these things. It's why on top of just easy use for the users, you'll see passkeys. MFA is great, and for the people we're talking to, it's one-time passwords is the 99.99 when they're at nothing. It's really so much better than what they already have. But passkeys we know are even one step beyond that, right? And so those pieces will allow us to not only add additional ease of use for the user, because I think we all prefer using passkeys and one-time passwords, but it will also give the company even a greater level of feeling of security that those users aren't going to get phished or hacked.
Yeah. Good stuff, Treb. Thank you so much for joining me today.
It's really a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see you guys soon. We'll tell you all the new things that people have started asking us for.
To find out more about Cubeless, you can visit securityweekly.com/CubelessIDV. And for all Identiverse 2025 coverage, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, Treb.
Thanks, Adrian. Have a good one.
Yeah. Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Sagi Rodin, CEO of Frontegg. Welcome, Sagi.
Thank you for having me.
To be honest, Frontegg, I'm not very familiar with the company, so maybe give me a little bit of background on the company and what you guys do.
Yeah, so we're a 5-year-old company based in Mountain View, California and Tel Aviv, Israel. The company is basically solving the customer identity challenge for SaaS companies. So you would have modern companies, different shapes and sizes using us, so they don't have to deal with the risks of security within their customer identity and user management, scaling it up, and developing all the features that are basically table stakes today in any modern SaaS application.
So it's a B2B product that helps one of those Bs with their B2C.
Exactly, or B2B, yeah. So
or
basically
B2B.
we're either B2B2B or B2B2C.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Hope everybody else got it, I got it.
Yeah, it will take a minute.
Yeah. So what are, I think, thanks partly to AI, but just the fact that, just the nature of some of the attacks that we're seeing, I think it is an inflection point for identity at this point. Apparently identity security is a new term, which is baffling to me because I've dealt with identity, from the very beginning of my career in the early 2000s. But yeah, I guess a lot of people working in identity, it wasn't as well paired with security there. So what are some of the trends you're seeing come out of this? Like your 5-year-old company have those trends significantly changed even since you guys got started 5 years ago?
Yeah, significantly changed. I think that even before going to AI, there are a few trends that are happening that are interesting to note. First of all is the user experience, because we used to think about customer identity as just logging in, getting the token, validating it, expiring it once it's off, and that's it. Today, I think that most of the users are just used to a different type of authentication. You go to any app today, you're used to Face ID. My kid, he plays a lot of video games, and he will basically tell me, "Dad, give me your face so I can log in into my game."
Yeah.
He wouldn't ask for a password, right? And,
right.
And this is just a new experience kind of that we see all over, and that makes a lot of companies kind of be aware of that. Product managers that want to make the experience of their users more smooth are becoming more aware, embedding that obviously into their roadmaps. The second thing that is happening, and I think that this is partially because of the AI trend, is that I think that moat is becoming harder to get, right? This differentiation of your product is something that nobody can copy, because features are being built so fast these days through Cursor and stuff like that.
Yeah, vibing.
Exactly, so a lot of companies need to kind of reinvent themselves, and this happens by finding new go-to-markets. A lot of the companies we see that are developing second and third products to provide more value. And I think that this is interesting because the identity becoming more complex. Now you need to manage identity across multiple applications, several types of users and accounts, and need to worry about their user experience, the security behind it, making everything scalable, which is also becoming the kind of responsibility for the identity providers to make it easier for the vendors to go through this transition.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they look at an application, a web application, they don't realize how many components are integrated within that, right? And buried within that. So diving into some of these trends more deeply. So, one thing that seems very like it could get very complicated very quickly is agentic. I think at one point we were thinking, okay, within the enterprise, I'm going to have this one agent that knows everything, the super employee that sees and touches everything, and that seemed like a terrible idea. because obviously that's immediately going to be, like, as a pen tester or an attacker, like my one-stop shop for everything.
Yeah.
It's going to be really abused by employees and attackers maybe. And now, it makes a lot more sense to have specialized agents that do different things and interact with different APIs, with different services and things like that. And you can already see how, even with consumer apps, this would make a lot of sense, right? Like use cases like maybe I want all my banking information, my transactions, to be available to my CPA, but my CPA is using some kind of agent-based platform for this to look for common mistakes and pitfalls and things like that. So how big of a challenge is this going to be? Like, it seems like we haven't even figured out if an AI agent is going to be handled more like a person or more like a machine identity, right?
Yeah, it's maybe somewhere in the middle, right? So we kind of think about it not as either a human being or a machine, because it's kind of in the middle. It has its own kind of characteristics, and I think that agentic is super interesting. On the one hand, we see that organizations are starting to build agents into their roadmaps. It's still not very production grade, but we do see a lot of our customers that we spoke to planning to release sort of an agent even this year. So obviously when you build an agent like that, you need to help users authenticate into this agent in a native way, right? Like just as you authenticate into ChatGPT or stuff like that. But the other thing which is kind of unique in that area is the ability to allow the agents to connect to different services and different kind of third-party applications within the ecosystem. And here it becomes very tricky, because on the one hand you got new standards like MCP rising. On the other hand, we all know that security is not the strongest part there. So we definitely see that we need to help there. And the second thing is to enable your products to be accessed and operated by agents, which is another task. So those two, the inbound aspect and the outbound aspects, are super interesting and definitely changing the way identity is kind of perceived as only a SaaS thing.
Yeah, right. Like even agents that maybe use your identity as well. We're seeing robotic automation. This kind of move the mouse cursor, right? Because not all these services, like especially like if I think travel planning, that kind of thing. There's a lot of very old UIs, that these companies aren't really inclined to update, I guess. Trip it and things like that. Like there's no API. They weren't built with an API. Very, very old code base, and so you need something that actually logs in as you and acts as you and has to click the interface and click checkboxes and click save and wait a certain number of seconds for the next page to load. So that seems like even more complexity there, right?
It's complex. I think that there are headless browsers today and companies like that deal with those things to enable agents to operate. But I think also that this level of freedom that you just described introduces a few more challenges, right? Because even if I kind of allow the end user to connect through this prompt or chat or whatever UX is there, an agent, to these third-party services, right? What is going to prevent the user to basically write, I don't know, like delete all of the records in my Salesforce, right? Because the connection was made. So something needs to monitor and prevent this type of kind of activities. And I think that here is again the challenge of identity companies to really manage those entitlements and permissions and role management in a rather different ways, because as you mentioned, it's not like API. So you either can access that or you're blocked. It's somewhere in the middle with a lot of shades. And I think that here it becomes super interesting for companies like us to enable this natural language interaction.
Yeah, like just checking into my hotel here at Mandalay Bay, trying to use the mobile check-in completely failed for me because my credit card rejected it. And it takes it so long to send me the, was this really you? Yes or no? And then I say yes, and it says, okay, for 1 hour you can try the transaction again. But at that point I hadn't even gotten the error message or the email from Mandalay Bay.
Yeah.
You know, so I've already tried 4 or 5 times by the time I get that first email from that first time I tried. So, you know, it seems like latency, you know, like, again, going back to the trend of user experience you're talking about, that's super important, you know, because when I get that email, I'm like, did that come from the 4th try or the 1st try or the 2nd? I'm very confused at this point. I just give up and I go to the front desk and I just let them handle it. And so they've got all these signs like mobile login, but the moment a credit card doesn't work, it all falls apart.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it's just like buying a Tesla is starting your journey with a flat tire, right?
Yeah.
Like, because at the end of the day, the authentication part is the onboarding. That's your first step into the application, into the hotel, as you mentioned. It's kind of the
Sorry,
first...
Mandalay, don't kick me out of my room.
It's the first experience that you get, and it's really important to nail that experience. And I think that we're seeing also a trend, and you know, I haven't spoken about it, that it's not only the security, the engineers that care. Suddenly you get go-to-market people that care, right? The marketing manager or the CMO even, they would care a lot about how this experience and getting through the door into the product looks like. It affects the sign-up rates, right? The conversion rates and stuff like that. You would get the security people to care because there's features like, I don't know, enabling SSO connections and stuff like that, which are also important to sell the product.
Yeah.
So we kind of believe it's written on our booth, identity for the whole team, not just as a slogan, because we actually see that there's a lot of team members that use our product behind the scenes, even support, and not only developers or not even only security.
Yeah, and we've seen that shift the design of a lot of these products over the years. Like I remember for marketing teams, everybody had to share the Twitter password at one point, right? You know, there wasn't any kind of workflow or way for a company social account to be shared and used by multiple people. And then we started seeing companies pop up to solve that problem, Buffer and Owler and a lot of these. And just the other day, Buffer finally sent me something that said, okay, you can now at companies or people, you know, because it doesn't work when you're doing it from another platform, because it needs to populate that list of, okay, which company are you talking about, which person are you talking about? And it's that user experience has been pretty bad for a while.
Yeah, you know, when customer identity was introduced as a thing about 10, 13 years ago as a service, it was mainly aiming at consumer applications. And it was pretty easy, right? Like you sign up with a username and password, and basically you're in, then it throws you out, you have to re-log in.
You need a password reset process.
Exactly, multi-factor was introduced, but when more B2B companies started to rise, basically the whole challenge became more complicated, because now a user is not a user on his own, he's a user within an organization, and he has roles within that organization. And then you would see a user from an MSSP or whatever that needs to access several organizations with different roles and permissions. And it became more complicated. We are the one who brought kind of this concept of B2B identity about 5.5 years ago. And since then, you know, we see that the largest growth in the popularity of usage in customer identity becomes in those complex challenges, when there's several customers, several types of applications, you'll get a lot of types of users that belong to those organizations. You have different levels of organizations. If a company acquires a company, right, you like inherit all of their tree of sub-organizations, and you need to manage all of that. And that's complex, and that's even before, you know, agents are kind of starting to participate in this game as well, which we already start to see.
It seems your example about the face authentication and your kid, like, it makes me think we will have a period, or maybe it is right now, where there's a generation that's never used passwords and a generation that's never used anything but passwords existing at the same amount of time. You know, and I've seen people who are uncomfortable with passkeys because it doesn't feel secure, because you just click log in and it happens. They don't have to provide anything. And then on the other side, this expectation that everything's going to be fingerprint or Face ID or, something like completely frictionless.
Yes, I agree. I think that we will see new methods arising. We will see a lot of security coming into place because with the AI, the attack surface is obviously becoming more obvious.
Yeah.
It's easier to attack the applications or user app to attack a certain company, kind of use you as a supply chain attack vector. And the authentication methods will have to be much better. Today we're seeing a lot of device flow authentication that is happening. So basically when you need to authenticate, you just kind of scan a QR code and you're in, which is great. We see obviously passkeys, as you mentioned, and a lot of other things.
Yeah.
And I think that as the technology evolves, we will see even more sophisticated methods that will make the experience much better.
Yeah, that's excited to see that.
Yeah, but also will make the CISOs not sleep at night, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that, it used to kind of be considered that customer identity security, as you mentioned, it's an engineering thing or a product thing. But today we actually see that companies are kind of expecting security teams and CISOs to be responsible for that as well. So a lot of those CISOs want control. They want to set up their own policies, regardless of what the product supports or not.
Yeah.
So we're trying to enable them kind of an easy way to get their level of support without overstepping maybe the product and the engineering and live side by side together with mutual goal at the end of the day.
Yeah, tough balance.
Yeah, it is.
Well, thank you so much, Sagi, for joining me today. Great conversation. I enjoyed it. And to find out more about Frontegg, you can visit securityweekly.com/Frontegg IDV. For all Identiverse 2025 coverage, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, Sagi.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no, that is not the right intro. He is not Doug Manoni.
Take two.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Matt Badgerow, Senior Fraud Solution Consultant at TransUnion. How you doing, Matt?
Pretty good. How about yourself, Adrian?
Very good.
Good.
So I'm kind of excited to get to talk about fraud today because I don't get to talk about it a whole lot. And I started my career at a credit card processor, U.S. Bank's processor, Elevon, and we just happened to be seated right next to loss prevention. So I got to hear all these amazing fraud investigation stories.
Sure.
They would pull me in, because I was chief incident handler on the cyber side, but then they had all these investigators and just crazy stories. Like,
wow.
You think, some of these like Darknet Diary stories are interesting. Fraud gets really interesting. The fraudsters are really creative.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like not to celebrate the, sounds
No.
like but it's sometimes you're like, wow, like that really took some thinking to come up with that.
Oh, absolutely. It's interesting too about what I do, chasing fraud, trying to solve for cases of fraud. I liken it to basically being a police officer or an investigator, because you can solve the case, but you're never going to make it go away.
Yeah.
It's always going to be there. You're always chasing. So hearing those stories must have been very interesting.
I also feel like fraud is kind of the future for cybersecurity. Like
Absolutely.
We're very kind of, I think a lot of cybersecurity folks for a long time have been thinking in terms of how do we solve cybersecurity? I don't think you solve it. I think you limit it, right?
You mitigate it.
Yeah, you mitigate it down to a reasonable level. Like no retail company gets rid of shrink altogether.
No,
right?
you really can't. You can't. And it's, like you had said, you get it down to a reasonable level. We call that tolerance for risk.
Yeah.
The interesting thing with cybersecurity, because that's where I came from originally.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then I stepped up into identity access management, which is Identiverse. I was, last decade, I was at pretty much every Identiverse. And then I made the logical progression into fraud. What I've noticed through that whole thing is they are always looked at as separate disciplines.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that at all. They're all weaved together. It's like just, what is it, the braided rope or whatever, the three pieces of braid? It's all braided together perfectly.
And more, I talk to CISO friends and security leader friends that I have, and they now have fraud as one of the many things underneath them. Yeah, it's one of their responsibilities.
It's what takes away your reputation. It's what takes away your money, and ultimately can take away jobs.
Yeah. So you guys are talking about digital footprints as possibly the key to reducing some fraud. So I want to start off with talking about like what are examples of digital footprints? What are these elements that you could potentially use to determine fraud from legitimate activities?
Great question. Really what I look at when I think digital, I think of the way somebody is interacting, whether it's a human or not, because we have to bring that element in. If it's a human, if it's a bot, if it's a real person, a synthetic ID, how are they interacting with you? Are they on a phone device? Is it actually a bot that's doing this, and it's not a device or a human at all?
Right.
What's the location at? Does the location, we go into even geolocation like IP, or if you look at the gaming industry, the online gambling industry, they can put my toes in this booth. Right now with geolocation, they have to be able to be meet regulations. But looking at those type of signals, how is that device interacting? Have you seen that device 10 times in the last 5 minutes, and is it giving you all different identity information? That's somebody mining data. We see it a lot in different industries that have pre-fill. So it's really how they are interacting with you before you even get to them. Is it a person or not? Are all these elements like geolocation, the device, the attributes of the device, the reputation of the device, and also the behavior of the device itself and the end user? How is the end user interacting with your form? Are they stopping and cutting and pasting? Is there biometrics involved on the device or behavioral, where they're setting a phone or a device down, then picking it up, partially filling, setting it back down? There's so many signals that can be out there. I could be here for hours talking about the signals, but being able to use those little digital breadcrumbs is, I heard that as a saying a little while ago, and I love it, because that's what we're doing in fraud, is we're finding those things, and if you leave a breadcrumb trail, it's a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want, the example a lot of time with SOAR and things like that, impossible travel, like a very common thing used as a red flag. But then I think with everybody, if everybody has a VPN app on their laptop or on their phone, anybody can do impossible. It's very possible now, right? So how useful is something like geolocation anymore as one of these breadcrumbs?
Great question. It depends on what the anomaly looks like, is the best answer I can give you. Is for geolocation, if I'm shopping in the US, let's use it, I'm online with Amazon all the time.
Yeah.
And most of my browsing history, which you can even look at that stuff through marketing data, most of my browsing history is in my home area, Chicago, Illinois, or at least in the US. All of a sudden somebody's looking to access my account or make purchases in my name with my credit card or whatnot, coming out of Russia or coming out of China, but they're shipping them somewhere in the US, turns out to be a freight forwarder or something, and they're sending them overseas. I saw this all the time, especially in the retail space last year, was that's where geolocation can come in and look like, yeah, this is a bad signal. Again, it's a signal. It's not necessarily a red flag. Example, I have 2 teenage children that have phones. I'm very much obfuscating their IP and their geolocation. I don't want anyone to know where they are. But that raises a flag, but that's where you look at other breadcrumbs as well. It can't just be one magic bullet. You have to make a holistic view of this ID.
Well, and also it occurs to me that there is intelligence out there that can tell you, oh, this IP is a NordVPN IP.
Yep.
This IP is coming from Comcast in the Chicago suburbs,
Absolutely.
Right? Naperville or something like that.
Absolutely.
So it's like you can go a little bit, even with just one of those breadcrumbs, you can go a little bit deeper.
You can go very deep.
Yeah.
You can go with the reputation of that IP. If it's let's use IP address as an example, because everybody uses it. You can have reputational data. Is it a known Tor exit node?
Right.
Is it what ISP is it attached to? Like you had said, Comcast or whatever. What if it's attached to a Russian ISP? There's even technology out there that I know quite a lot about. I'm not going to plug anything or whatever, but I know quite a lot about where, unless it's something like a Tor browser or a really hard VPN, you can actually see around whatever obfuscation is coming up. Like some people say, oh, an incognito is going to work or something. There's technology that'll take that, that'll pierce that. Look at the device and say, where are you really? Give me your real IP. Yeah. So you can see if there's a mismatch. Because if that's happening, again, not indicative of fraud, but it's definitely a signal.
Yeah. So is this, you mentioned you work a lot of investigations. How does TransUnion, like what kind of services does it provide here? Is there kind of like a threat intel service here as well? Tell me a little bit more about what you guys do.
Well, a lot of it, there's a lot of different areas. We look around actual real-time fraud. So, top of funnel fraud, real-time as it's happening as I'm interacting with one of our clients' websites or mobile apps or whatever. They're analyzing my device, analyzing if I'm signing up, they're analyzing my ID information. All that's near real-time over API. We also have a lot of back-end investigation tools, and we have a whole data science team that will actually run retros for customers that are looking for, they say, I want to upgrade my identity verification. What do you have? I can give you transactions from the last 30 days. And
and you can see what it would have done, like how many false positives.
Exactly. And if they give us fraud feedback too, we can see if we were right. See how we stack up. And we have so many different tools you can use, from rules-based to matching to ML models. And we're also working on some AI on the back end as well.
Very cool. Yeah, it's I think that's kind of the key here. Like I was talking earlier about previous conversation I was having. I got a fraud alert trying to check into the hotel, just from using my Chime credit card, and it's one of those things where you can say, yes, this is actually me, and it's like, okay, you can use it for the next hour, but there was so much delay between when I got that fraud alert and like the second and third time I tried to do it, and then when the Mandalay's check-in service sent me an email and said your credit card didn't work, like I just gave up on mobile check-in altogether and just went to the front desk.
I get it.
I spent the better part of an hour, just because they weren't very timely, like these alerts. Chime, it took a good 6-7 minutes before I got that first one. And then Mandalay Bay, it took a good 10 to 15 minutes before they sent me an email. 10, 15 minutes, I've already tried to check in like 6 times.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you get the alert because of geolocation, or you're trying to use your Chime card out of where you usually use it? Or?
I mean, they would have to tell you that, right?
Yeah, I didn't know if they gave you
I don't know. They don't give you a reason. They just they reach out and say, hey, this looks suspicious. Is this you or not? Which is really cool, but it needs to get to me quicker.
Well, it brings up the question of friction. Really, is that a good customer experience?
Yeah.
And that would be more on your provider. I'm not going to call out companies, but that would be more on your provider saying,
I've already named the company. I don't know who they're using on the back end, but
I don't either. But as far as that experience, it's all about talking. Number one, the two institutions talking, also giving you a more solid resolution.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying you have it for another hour. Well, if you were a bad guy, you could do a lot of havoc in an hour. I could drain you in an hour. I can drain you in 15 minutes in Vegas. I mean, come on, let's cash in. But making it more real time to mitigate that fraud that's where we go into authentication.
Yeah.
Is why can they destroy you a hard authenticator, like to your phone? You open up the app. Hey, we have a problem here. Click here. You click in the incidents right there. You put your face up to it.
Yeah, just like a push off on MFA. Like,
exactly.
Why couldn't it just be like that?
Exactly.
Where before declining the transaction, just hold it for a second. Like, I don't need much time to pull out my phone and say yes or no.
Exactly. I agree with that 100%. We've gotten away. It used to be. Didn't matter how much friction we threw up, as long as it was done. I've been through some bad situations over the years. Then we went down to where friction was almost nil, and they dealt with it on the back end and reimbursed you, which is even worse.
Yeah.
Now we have to find that balance again, especially with all the new attacks. I think AI-generated attacks are really driving a lot of that stuff to make it a little bit harder, because it's a lot easier to authenticate. It's a lot easier to fake authentication. We've gone from just look at your phone now to actual live biometrics in some situations where you have to look at it, turn your head, and say hi, whatever you need to do to show that this is actually a person and not a picture of Adrian.
Yeah. So before we wrap up the conversation,
sure.
I don't know, what do you get excited about? Are there any areas with fraud that you feel like we're pretty close to a solution on? Because of course, anytime we solve anything in fraud, all that does is create new fraud.
Exactly.
Like new approaches. Like, they don't just, I guess we have to go get real jobs now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that doesn't happen. They just shift to the next lowest hanging fruit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
But what do you see going on there? Like, is there anything that you see potentially going away? I don't know how much SIM swapping is involved with fraud.
It is, yes.
But you're just moving away from using phones as authentication, SMS and stuff like that. Like we see, I think it was Google saying they're deprecating that.
Yeah.
That's no longer going to be an option for logging into to Google. I forget what the date on it is, but the fact that they announced that, it seems like that's starting to go away. Anything like that? Anything that you see that I don't know, hopeful coming up?
Hopeful, all of it. Honestly, just be from a holistic perspective. Hopeful, all of it. It's all going to decrease, but then, like you said, there's going to be a shift
Yeah.
What we have to do and what we need to be better at doing, which I think we have become over the last 5 years, is anticipating these attacks.
And what's that shift going to be?
I think it's going to move, since we have more data, it's going to move on prevention side to leveraging that data. Leveraging stuff that seems just innocuous now that some companies don't want to look at or say, oh, that's outdated. Number one, nothing's outdated. Make sure you're keeping up with everything because, as you said, low-hanging fruit, all of a sudden we're not looking at IP anymore. Fraudsters find something to do with that.
Yeah.
They find different ways to attack that we've abandoned because we're going somewhere else. Now I'm looking at it as you have AI on the back end, AI for fraud analytics and also fraud strategy. If you can train the model to plug in your fraud strategy with a lot of your transactions and they say, well, here's the fraud uptick, it brings out like an output that says you really need to guard here or you need to guard here, and that way you can focus your strategy. We have computing power and these engines and models that do what humans can't possibly do in real time.
Yeah.
Leveraging those technologies. The bad guys are leveraging them. Why can't we?
Yeah.
Let's leverage that. Get those analytics out there. Do them in real time. Say, I'm being attacked. I run the analytics. I run the AI. Here's the problem. Here's the attack vector. Let's solve for that right now, and then let's see what we can put in for a more permanent solution.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah, thanks again, Matt, for joining me today.
My pleasure.
Very
Thank you for
interesting
having me.
conversation. Thrilled to get to talk about fraud.
It's fun.
Yeah. And just as the last thing, one of my favorite podcasts to listen to is Oh My Fraud. Have you ever heard of this podcast?
Which one?
Oh My Fraud.
I have not.
It's amazing.
I should check it out.
It's like two ex-CPAs. One of them is a stand-up comedian, so it's very entertaining.
That actually kind of sounds. I might have gotten.
And it's just every episode is a fraud story.
I might have gotten an ad for that. Somebody turned me on to Hard Fork a little while ago.
Yeah.
I've been listening to that.
Oh, very cool.
A lot of AI stuff, and they do touch on fraud quite a bit. So
Yeah.
I think I might have heard it, but I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, please do. Yeah,
I will.
It is delightful. Thanks again for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
To find out more about TransUnion, you can visit securityweekly.com/TransUnionIDV. And for all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks one more time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Amir Ofek, CEO at Exonius X. Welcome, Amir.
Thank you, Adrian.
So I'm betting a lot of people have heard of Exonius, but a lot of people like me haven't heard of Exonius X. So let's start there.
Sure.
What is Exonius X? And
Exonius,
the relationship.
Yeah, so Exonius X was founded 4 years ago as the innovation team, innovation unit within Exonius. We're like a startup within a startup mode. And our charter is really to build new products, new offerings that go and expand the Exonius offering, the Exonius platform. And that's what we've been doing for the last 4 years.
And so are you exclusively focusing on identity, or is that just one of many things that you're working on?
So we constantly have other ideas, popping up in our head. We started our first actually product that we launched was around SaaS management.
Okay.
And managing
SSPM?
SaaS, SSPM, exactly, managing SaaS applications. And that kind of brought us to the understanding that a lot of IAM folks that were tasked with SaaS management actually need also solutions around identity management. And that's when we started kind of focusing on identity management. Currently, that's our prime focus. We launched the product just at the beginning of this year, and we're now focusing on it.
Yeah. Before I went independent, became a consultant, the last vendor I worked for was SSPM.
Oh,
so
nice.
I was aware of that. I was aware that you guys were stepping into that
I see
space.
a lot of synergies between those two domains, yeah.
And it's very true. Like when I worked for that company, what we did in identity was very basic. It was, is MFA enabled? Is it enforced? Didn't go very deep, didn't go into access control or RBAC or anything like that. So, and it's with posture management in general, it's interesting how often you just come back to identity.
Correct.
Again and again. It's the thing that ties
all together.
Yeah, yeah. So you've got the statement, actionability meets identity. What does that mean?
Yeah, so we are now in Exonius starting something that we call the actionability era. We believe that it's very nice to collect a lot of data and to analyze it, but if you don't drive it to action at the end of the day, it's a bit meaningless. So that's kind of what we are now applying across all of our platform. Now, at the very fundamental of it, Exonius is a data product or a data platform.
Right.
We collect data
lots
from lots of integrations, lots of sources, etc. And we started by kind of driving the truth of that data, like becoming a single source of truth for the organization. But just leaving it there is not enough. So we said, let's drive this truth to action. Let's actually try building workflows. Let's try and kind of build the remediation, the recommendation for what you do with what we unravel. And it's very relevant when it comes to identity. So when it comes to identity, it's very important to create visibility of all identities within the company, observability of them, so you can recommend what type of analysis to draw from that, etc. But if you don't drive it to action at the end of the day, manage the identity lifecycle, managing risk, managing posture, as you mentioned, then it's a bit kind of only halfway through.
Yeah, so it makes me think of vulnerability management in a way that a lot of the extra context you need in vulnerability management, the asset owner has that.
Correct.
Not the vulnerability analyst.
Correct.
And also the remediation piece, the asset owner does that, not the analyst. So how much of a challenge is that when you're talking about actionability? Your product, I imagine, is not being used by the asset owner in this case. Is that a challenge?
Well, not necessarily. It's not being used by the asset owner. I would say IAM teams at the end of the day. Well, you could call them the kind of the asset owner or not. But IAM teams at the end of the day, they need to manage the entire identity, whether it is for security reasons, whether it is for operational reasons, and you need to drive action of managing those identities. You need to make sure that you govern and provide all of the permissions in the right manner, that you entitle the employees joining the companies, leaving the company, you entitle all of the service accounts, the non-human accounts, and so on. So yeah, they're not like the asset owner, let's say, of a service account, but they should see themselves as the one responsible that every service account has an owner, that every service account has the right permissions, and definitely when it comes to human identities around the company.
So the IAM team is the ICP for this product?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So the
I
IAM
made a bad
team,
assumption.
Yeah. So the IAM team, from our perspective, is the one to own the Exonius Identities product. The IAM team can sit in the IT side of the business or in the security side of the business. And what we see very, very often is the need to bridge between the two. So I think the best companies that really prevail and solve the identity security aspect and the identity operational one are the ones that really know how to collaborate between security and IT, bring it all together. If you don't bridge and you act in silos, it's always a bit broken at the end of the day.
Yeah. And is this product complementary with other IGA solutions, or is it intended to be a replacement?
Well, it can be both, I would say. So first, when we came to the identity space, as I mentioned, we evolved through kind of the SaaS world. So what IAM folks told us is that you do very well this aggregation of data, and in a very profound way, because you have a single data model that brings it all together.
Yeah.
So that's a very required now aspect when it comes to identity. Identities today act in silos, and you really want to bring them all together. So the first thing that we do is even not IGA. It's what today the industry called ISPM, Identity Security Posture Management.
Okay.
Basically, creating all of the visibility and observability of all of the identities that lie out there, whether they're on the cloud, SaaS, on-prem, servers, you name it. So that's the first thing. Second thing is really bringing the IGA component in terms of driving the whole kind of governance, lifecycle management, and so on. And the third element is those new kind of trends right now that are called NHI and ITDR, which from my perspective are just components of building a comprehensive identity product. So we cover all of that. So it's not just IGA by the kind of, I would say, traditional way of looking at IGA. It's a bit more kind of comprehensive from all of those new capabilities.
Yeah, and just mentioning all those things, the detection and response piece, the non-human identities piece, a lot of that, to me, that sounds like, okay, we need another connector, we need another integration to pull in that data, because that data lives in different places, but it's connected as well. For the detection and response, maybe that's one of your posture management findings is logs are not enabled for this.
Exactly.
Or they're not enabled, they're not rich enough or detailed enough.
Exactly. So that's exactly the strength of us.
Especially in Microsoft.
Microsoft.
Always happens in Microsoft.
Always happens in those large, I would say, multiple layer type of platforms.
Yeah.
So that's the strength of Exonius. So Exonius over the years, we are 8 years, have been exactly in that business of building and putting together integrations from various sources under a single data model. We have a very strong correlation engine. We have very strong normalization, deduplication, cleansing of all of that data. Today we have over 1,200 such integrations. We call them adapters. And this adapter factory that we build is exactly playing a very strong part when it comes to identities.
So you don't need to rebuild that. You get to just sit on top of what Exonius is. Oh,
exactly.
That's amazing.
The whole concept of Exonius really is we have now evolved into a true platform.
Yeah.
So we have those back-end engines like the adapter factory, like our correlation engine, like our workflow engine, and additional aspects that are cutting across all of our products, whether they're on the asset management side of things, whether they're on SaaS management side of things, and whether they're now in the identity management side of things.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is an interesting question about tying identity governance to cyber asset observability. I mean, clearly, if you don't know, you have the asset, right?
Exactly. What you don't see, what you don't know, you cannot really manage. It's true for cyber assets. It's true for vulnerability management and exposures, and it's definitely true for identities. If you don't know all of the identities in the company, who is accessing them, through where they're accessing them, whether an identity is being accessed through a specific server, through a specific endpoint, through a specific cloud workload, then it's very hard to understand the context of that identity. And I think that's, again, the unique perspective that we bring now to the IGA space of bringing additional context layer. of bringing this context of the identity doesn't live by its own, in a silo.
Yeah.
This identity either you need to bring the context of where it was reached from, where the permission was granted through, which other identities are actually interacting with that server, with that workload, and so on and so on. And that's kind of the unique perspective that we can bring with Axonius.
I imagine you can discover some gaps there as well. Like I'm thinking, okay, like maybe this is a non-corporate device. It's not corporate managed, so there's no agents on it.
Right.
But I know the asset exists because it showed up on a network scan, and then I see a login event coming from it. So I can derive from that what type of device it is, who's using it.
Exactly.
Whether it's a laptop or a server or.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So specifically, when you look at the ITDR use cases, for example, it's not a coincidence, it's called detection and response.
Yeah.
And the detection part is really important to bring the context. So it's not just monitoring the behavior of the identity, it's really to understand, like you said, which device this identity was tracked in, where was it logging in, where was it logging in during the time of the day, during location, during IP address, and so on. And then you build the remediation or the response based on that context. It's not just spitting out logs into a SIEM or of sort and hoping that somebody will know what to do with them.
So where are you seeing a lot of success, like early success stories with this? Where are people, kind of having that light bulb moment, where they're like, okay, like I understand why this needs to be a thing.
Yeah, so I'll give you maybe a few examples without naming specific companies. So one of our early customers is actually a very large conglomerate of manufacturing.
Okay.
So imagine like 8 opcos all under one kind of holding company. And what they needed is really an ability to create one centralized view of all of your identities within the entire kind of global operation that they have.
As an incident responder in my past, I've wanted that for so long.
Exactly. Yeah. So their main issue was that currently it was very bespoke, very siloed. They couldn't tell what the specific opco was defining as an identity versus another one, and they couldn't create that kind of full view. And with Axonius, that was something they got quite quickly. So by the fact we could integrate to all of their PAM solutions, to all of their IDP solutions, to all of their ADs that are lying around the world, in various locations, in various contexts, we could pull all of that data, normalize it, and create for them one single repository, which was like by itself already a big win for them, for all of their capabilities. But we didn't stop there. We then took that and actually implemented their full IGA across the operation. We're now kind of in the process of deploying it, of creating a common IGA workflows, common IGA rules across the company that they can actually manage in a very concise way. So that was one use case. Another common use case that we see is what we see in terms of PAM enhancement. So we have one of our customers is a large pool manufacturing company in Europe.
Like swimming pool.
Like swimming pools, yeah. And they have, again, operations globally, etc. They deployed their PAM, but they saw that their PAM is becoming a bit kind of not up to date, let's call it, because some of the privileged identities that started kind of coming up in the organization were not updated on a regular basis to their PAM solution. So the ability to constantly monitor what are the new privilege, administrators or privileged identities that need to be entered into the PAM, it was a very, very kind of immediate use case. The other one was to clean the data or to provide more hygiene to their existing PAM deployment. So there were a lot of privileged identities there that were no longer existing or were no longer privileged, that had to be cleansed up from their PAM solution. So this kind of PAM enhancement or PAM hygiene, so to speak, is something that we see very, very common.
Yeah, so your first example is really interesting because I feel like that's kind of the holy grail, like pulling the identity together in all those places. Because, I think back in 2007 we saw a future where everything went through SSO.
Correct.
Never happened. Right?
Yes.
So you'll have somebody who is first letter, last name, maiden name in this system. But then they got married. Never got changed in this system.
Correct.
Got changed in this system. which is first letter, middle initial, first 5 digit letters of last name, and you have to match all that up somehow.
Exactly. So
How do you do that?
that's kind of what we do for a living. Okay. What we do for a living is first understanding the source of information. So we go very deep into understanding the granular information, the granular permission, sometimes up to the resource level, like a GitHub repo, who has a permission to, who doesn't, what level this repo has. So we don't stop just at the access level. We really understand the source of the data. And then we build very strong correlation engines that know how to, for example, correlate between a name that is parsed in one way and parsed in a different way in another
some
place.
Of that can be automated now.
Absolutely.
Wow.
A lot of it is automated,
Yeah.
not some. That's kind of, we drive to a kind of a nirvana where everything, all of the correlation will be actually automated.
Wow.
And once you have that, you can actually apply very nice machine learning and AI on top of it, because then you run on a very clean and concise data. And machine learning can be much more impactful, of course, when there is no noise and no garbage that it needs to clean constantly.
Yeah. Amir, thank you so much for having this conversation with me today. I love it. In just 15 minutes, I learned a lot, and always happy when I get to learn something in these conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah. To find out more about Exonius X, please visit securityweekly.com/ExoniusIDV. And for all Identiverse 2025 coverage, you can also visit securityweekly.com/IDV. And thanks again, Amir.
Thank you.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Artyom Pogosyan, CEO and co-founder at Britiv. Is it Britiv?
Britiv.
Britiv. Ah, I'm so focused
Close.
on saying your name right.
Close.
I forget to ask about the company, Britiv. So yeah, welcome. Looking
Thank
forward to talking about this. This is very much a question that I feel is unanswered for a lot of people. So we're talking about identities and AI agents here. So you know, I think it's clear to me. I've talked about it a lot, but you know, for the audience and for the conversation, let's talk a little bit about the challenges of AI agents. You know, because I feel like we still haven't decided yet whether agents are more like human identities or machine identities. How we're going to manage them. You know, different agents are going to do different things, have different access to things. So, what's the answer there?
Great question, Adrian, and you're correct. I think the industry is still trying to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
What I would say, from my perspective, they're kind of a little bit of both. They're like machine identities in the sense that you can't really secure those AI or agentic identities like humans with MFA or
Right.
biometric, and they're just not they're not like humans that way. But they're like humans because they act and behave autonomously, and they can do things on their own. So
Yeah.
it is a little bit
can
like
make
humans.
decisions.
Make decisions, correct. So yeah, it's a unique challenge, I think, and yeah, we're working on it. Let's just say, as an industry.
Yeah, and I guess getting into the more technical side of it, some of the challenges there, right? Because these agents are going to have to talk to a bunch of different things, which means authentication, which means access controls, right?
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Those are fundamental concepts, really. And as we've learned, especially over the past few years, that authentication, authorization, access controls, these very important security concepts that we've known for a long time have also evolved when it comes to new technologies. Like before the AI and agentic AI, it was more of the cloud, public cloud technologies and so on, workloads and machine identities. So yes, we had to revisit these concepts and try to find the right solutions for the new technologies and the new requirements.
And I worry that a lot of the building we see around agent to agent, MCP, stuff like that, isn't really super focused on security right now, is it?
And it's not different from other technologies or other innovation, right? And I think
Let's get it working first, I think, is the mindset.
Exactly.
And then we'll worry about it.
Exactly. But I think what's different about AI is I think there's definitely general consensus that security can't be an afterthought. So while we're figuring out the functionality and other important aspects of agents and agentic technologies, there are active efforts and discussions to how to figure out the security for those technologies. Yes.
And it's again interesting to think about some of the use cases here. Like, companies want to have a super employee that knows everything that's ever happened, and can answer any question about the business or any of the data that the business has, which kind of goes against the whole idea of least privilege and zero trust and narrowing down access control. Like, the more you do that to an AI agent, the less useful it is, right? Yes. So how do we design for this and like, do we need to build new frameworks for this, or is this? I don't even know how to express it. Yeah.
It's challenging. I mean, you're not alone. I think even from the traditional sort of practitioner standpoint, these are new challenges. We're evaluating. We're trying to understand what we knew how to do and what we knew how it worked before. Does it apply? Is it relevant? I think one thing that I can say from Britiv's standpoint, from the company that I've co-founded, we've been in the front lines of the innovation in the identity space, especially when it comes to modern approaches like ephemeral identities and ephemeral access and privileges for identities. And some of the concepts, some of the solutions that we were able to bring to market and have the customers adopt, especially enterprise organizations, with these type of ephemeral identities that were introduced by workloads in the cloud are very much applicable to AI and agentic AI. They behave kind of similarly. It's almost the AI and agentic AI is the next natural evolution of the machine identities that we saw, and they became so prevalent with the introduction of cloud infrastructure. So I think we have a good start here. It just is going to take more work for agentic identities.
That's something ephemerality is something I hadn't even considered, but now that you say it, rather than have this this virtual agent that is built like an employee and has an account that sticks around forever, the idea of maybe a container that exists for as long as it takes to complete a task sounds like a much better way of doing it.
Yeah, it has to mirror the behavior of the agent in agentic AI, right? I think it's fundamental to the design of the new solution. It has to mirror the behavior, and ephemerality is one attribute of that. But so is the access model and the access to the resource, kind of that model that has to mirror that short-lived kind of nature of the identity. So what it means is, I think you mentioned briefly in your comment, the non-standing or zero-standing access, which again, it mirrors the need of that identity. If it only exists for a couple of hours, what's the point of having that access there for 24/7 by 365, right? So those are the important considerations when designing the new solutions.
Yeah. So building for this, like what are you having to build? What are you having to do in addition to like a traditional IAM model to accommodate these things? From more of a features perspective or a capabilities perspective from the product that you have, and maybe just talk a little bit more about what Britive does and what your products do for context there.
Sure, yeah. So Britive.
I said Britive again. Britive.
Yeah, no worries. Britive came to market about 6 years ago, and this was really the peak of the cloud adoption, cloud infrastructure and workloads, and we brought these concepts, new concepts for identity management and privilege management, like the ephemeral access and non-standing or zero-standing privilege model. To that stage of the market, and it has been adopted, and we have seen success across many enterprise and large organizations, as well as medium and small size organizations across different verticals like financial, fintech, biotech, retail, automotive, and so on. And this is a great sort of a platform that now has evolved and supported these organizations in their innovation and acceleration of their, adoption of new technologies. So today, when we look at the AI and agentic AI, what is missing and what is already here, I can sort of comment it from the standpoint of what's here from the legacy capability standpoint. There are great, categories of products like identity governance, privileged access, authentication, and all these have been, categories that have existed 2 decades or more. The problem with that is, the downside is they've been basically built for the human type of user, and they've evolved in response to the evolution of the human user needs. About 5 or 6 years ago, when cloud adoption started really taking off, we had to revisit those concepts and try to find a way to address the cloud, cloud workloads and machine identities. I think with AI, we have progressed in the right direction, but there are some new capabilities that are missing from the existing solutions. In fact, Britive is one that is pioneering some new capabilities for specifically agentic AI. And those are along the lines of governance and lifecycle management of agentic identities. This is so fundamental to really understanding who, in this case, what, if you want to refer to them as identities, but they're not human, what should have access to what resources, for how long and when, and manage them throughout their life cycle. The other important piece that's missing here is data access. Again, I like your comment earlier that how much access is right. Today, when these technologies are still kind of being experimented with, soon to be rolled out into production environments, well, in the experimentation process, they're again focusing on the functionality, which means the access to data, access to these data lakes and so on that is so critical for AI is very broadly defined so that the functionality can be tested and proven, right?
It's got to work first.
It's got to work first.
Yeah.
When we are getting ready to move them to production, that is not going to be the way these things can be rolled out. It is too permissive. It is going to introduce a huge risk exposure. So we need to really
at least a few. Somebody will do it.
Somebody has to do it. There are different active sort of initiatives going on and defining the runtime authorization models, standards around that. And Brightov has already, as I said, Brightov has already been in the front lines of the industry, defining new models with zero standing access and fine-grained, context-aware access levels.
Yeah.
These are going to be so important to agentic AI access when it comes to data, and really making sure the data privacy regulations are met, data security requirements are met. There are a few others like overall policy enforcement, compliance and audit requirements and so on that are specifically built for agentic type, identities or entities, right? Typically today, when a bank goes through a security audit, they're looking for the human identity access. They're not necessarily asking for an inventory of agentic identity access. Mm-hmm. We have to figure out how those things need to be brought into the fold for compliance and regulatory needs.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of addressing SQL injection by having prepared statements, right, rather than just allowing full ability to query any data anytime, right? I imagine something like that we'll have to do on these data lakes, and also you need to understand your data pretty well, have good data hygiene. I feel like that's going to go. Do you think that's going to go hand in hand with being able to do that access control with the identities?
Absolutely, yeah. In the past few years, because of the massive amount of data that was generated, the data governance became an issue. I mean, there's new technologies in the market, data posture management and so on, right? That are so important for bringing that hygiene and the governance and security controls into the data side of the technologies. And yes, that becomes so important now to make sure that the access to data is properly managed, not just securely, but also efficiently managed. Because again, when we're talking about agentic identities, we're talking about velocity, we're talking about scale and speed. That for humans, that was not a concern.
Right.
But it is for this type of identities. Without fundamental data controls and data access, hygiene, it's going to be very unscalable and insecure.
Yeah, I mean, in using the cloud, your example earlier about the cloud is a great example, because a lot of traditional security systems weren't designed for 10,000 assets to be created and destroyed in a day. So once we started seeing containers and using containers to scale, and same thing with disposable credentials, right? A lot of systems aren't designed like imagine, a traditional dashboard. If you create and destroy 1,000 identities in a day, it's just it's all going to be a mess because it was only designed for humans.
Correct. Yes. And there's a lot of other implications, right? It's auditability, monitoring, accountability, and oversight. These are important questions. So you have to design it properly with those things in mind, and not just create and delete the credentials, but also make sure all those other important requirements are met.
So real quick before we wrap, where do people start? Where do people get started?
That's been a frequent topic or question today and yesterday at the conference, and everybody's looking for how do I start on this journey? It is a journey. Everybody's realizing it is a journey, right? I think there are some very common sense, I guess, steps I would say, right? Is first and foremost to architect what you're building and have this framework view of what you're building, because that will help understand the big picture.
Yeah.
Often when that's missing, there's a lot of tactical steps that don't lead to the end goal. It ends up being a lot of rework, a lot of missed steps, right? So I always recommend that building that big picture view of what you're building, what your future state looks
Almost like creating a film, you got to storyboard it, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Very, very good comment. Yes, that's an important step. Next, when you're starting to see, obviously, a lot of companies that are already building and experimenting AI and agentic AI have timelines. They want to be in production in the next few months, in the next year or so. So aligning with those timelines with specific milestones where, for example, one of those is having the security components, security controls and guardrails designed and fully vetted to align with your AI, technology and workflows, and not, again, we've learned this in the past, cannot be an afterthought. It has to be built in and designed in. Those are important things that we can do today. We can start aligning with these agentic workflows and data access, what type of access, and how we should design that. These are important things that can be done today. Ultimately, it's the implementation and monitoring and oversight that needs to be also thought through, because once we flip the switch, these things are going to be live, and we're not going to have time to react.
Yeah. Great points, great conversation. Thank you again, Art, for sitting down with me. This was very interesting. You've given me a lot to think about.
Absolutely, I enjoyed the conversation, Adrian. Thank you.
All right, to find out more about Brightive, please visit securityweekly.com/BrightiveIDV. For all Identiverse 2025 coverage by CRA, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, Art.
Of course. Thank you.
Welcome to Identiverse 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio on the expo floor at the Mandalay Bay Conference Center in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is AJ Amlani, President and CEO of Aware.
Thanks, Adrian, for the opportunity.
Yeah. So Aware, I do recall, so I do a podcast and we have a news segment and we cover like all the new companies that come out and funding, acquisitions, all that kind of activity.
Yeah.
A lot of us on the show at least used to be ex-analysts, or actually still are. Yeah, Jackie's still an ex-analyst. And so tell me a little bit about Aware. I remember it crossing, we talked about it in one of the shows, but it's left my brain entirely, so catch me up.
Yeah, sure. We're actually a 30-year veteran of biometric technology. We've been experimenting with this technology, and were hired by the FBI originally when they were actually doing fingerprint-based background checks in a digital fashion back in the mid-'80s and '90s.
Aware's been around that long?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was actually founded by 4 MIT PhDs who were asked by the federal government to create a common fingerprint standard. And then since then, we've been developing face biometric technology, iris-based technology, voice technology, and also working on ways to be able to secure biometrics going forward, especially for today's day and age and the attackers that the world is seeing.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because biometrics has been around forever,
yeah,
but it's evolved so much.
Yeah.
It's changed so much.
It's absolutely crazy. I was actually terrified of biometrics when I first came across it. And the reason is because Minority Report.
Yeah.
You know, watching Tom Cruise get his eyeballs replaced, only to then have creepy spiders come around and do iris matching on him, right? It was absolutely horrific for me. But then post 9/11, I actually wanted to do something for the country. So I signed up to work in the White House and helped start the Department of Homeland Security. Tom Ridge, the Secretary of Homeland Security at the time, the first one, he actually assigned me to work on a lot of our advanced technology that we were deploying to be able to amplify the efforts of Homeland Security. And he aligned with biometrics as one of the technologies to help secure our country, but yet still allow for the free flow of people and commerce.
So around airport security, border security, that kind of thing, or more broadly than that?
Yeah, at the time it was actually focused around port security, right? So we have our nation's largest land ports within San Diego, and also on the northern border in my hometown of Detroit, Michigan, is also a very large port. And then also airports as well. And being able to identify people accurately within airports was a really big imperative for us, so that people could still believe that they could have open doors when they come to the country, but yet we can still have secure borders.
And it's really cool. You know, I've talked to some identity verification companies, some biometric companies, and it seems cool that we are at a point where cameras are good enough quality that from across, you know, in a building lobby, from considerable distance, you know, you can do that face verification so that by the time somebody gets to an entry point, gets to a man trap, you know, whatever the physical security is,
that's right,
they can just walk on through. They don't even have to slow down.
Yeah, exactly. So we're actually deploying a lot of that technology today for the federal government, and we've been the go-to agency for a very long time, the go-to company to be able to partner with all of our government agencies to allow them to deploy biometrics at scale. It does actually get really complicated when you deploy biometrics at scale. Right now, the commercial world is really doing kind of selfie checks and other things on a one-to-one basis off of a driver's license and verifying the driver's license is real and then doing a one-to-one match. We've been doing very complicated biometric systems for decades. We really understand all the challenges that are associated with trying to deploy these at scale. And our biometric engineers and our scientists are some of the best in class US citizens that have been deploying this on behalf of the US government. And now that the commercial world is in fact engaging into biometrics, it's a really exciting time for us.
Mm-hmm. And it's you know, there's a lot of things that you don't necessarily think about in terms of, like earlier today we were talking about, or maybe it was yesterday, it's all blurred together.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a long conference.
Yeah.
We've only been here 2 days.
Like leaving a building, like that's something you want to capture as well. You know, using face identification for that. Like, I don't just want to know when somebody's entered a building and do the access check there.
That's right.
But it's also, if I'm doing an investigation, I want to know how long they were there, when they physically left the building. Like, that's important information as well.
Yeah, that's right. And the physical location entry and access has now actually migrated towards digital access as well.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here, right, at this conference, because from our perspective, a lot of people are guessing at who the person is.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are just guessing at whether or not it is in fact a person.
Right.
And our technology allows you to be able to use both best-in-class matching algorithms to verify that the person is who they say they are, but also that they are in fact a human by using a technology that we call liveness.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's again, so having with Aware having been doing it so long, how much of this really depended on technology getting to the point where we had the ability to do depth perception, high enough resolution? Like, how much of that was kind of required to get to this point?
A lot of it, actually.
Yeah.
The early deployments of biometrics, when I first deployed biometrics at the airports, we had purpose-built hardware, big fingerprint systems, purpose-built cameras, and what I recognized was actually consumers preferred using biometrics over being asked a series of big intrusive questions or trying to prove that they are who they say they are. Instead, just look in the camera, put your fingerprint down.
Yeah.
I recognized that it was very much a consumer tool, which is when I launched Clear, the airport security fast line, to be able to allow people to get easy access through airport security by just using their biometrics.
It does seem less intrusive. I wonder, just kind of going off script here, how much of an issue, like one of the things we've noticed with passwordless is it feels to a lot of people as less secure. Because their whole life they've been trained that a password keeps your account secure.
That's right.
And all of a sudden, you give them a system where they press the login button and they're just in.
They're in.
Like they don't see the exchange of authentication data, so it feels very dangerous to them that
100%.
that happened like that. And I wonder, like, also with physical security and biometrics getting to the point where our face is identified, 30 seconds before we actually reach the entry point. Like, are we going to run into that same? Like maybe some training needs to be done there for people to feel comfortable with it. Is it going to feel less secure to people?
Yeah.
Like do people push for things that are unnecessary just so that it feels more secure?
Yeah, it's fascinating to think about that customer perception. And the interesting part about passkeys is when you anchor passkeys on a really weak foundation in the first place, which is a user ID and password.
Yeah.
How good is that passkey really? How secure is it? So I actually think consumers have a right to feel concerned.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if you've anchored it on an unsecure password and username in the first place, that becomes a significant challenge. And so using biometrics actually does allow people to have the comfort and the confidence that they can prove that they are who they say they are. If you think about face biometrics in general, I mean, people learn how to recognize faces when they're 3 months old. So it's very innate. All we're doing is replicating that with technology today. So it's very intuitive for people to be able to use biometrics to prove who they say they are. They do it when they walk into their favorite coffee shop, right, or their favorite restaurant, and they're asked, do you want the usual? Sure, right? And they know somebody else is just recognizing their face. All we're doing is replicating that experience online to be able to make it very fast and very easy for customers to be able to be rewarded and recognized instead of having to go and jump through hoops trying to basically prove they are who they say they are.
One of the other trends I found interesting is that a lot of identity verification companies seem to be depending on consumer hardware these days. Like onboarding for, make sure you're not North Korean, or whatever the concern might be. Kind of depend on you having a modern smartphone in your pocket, which I find kind of fascinating because it's a consumer-owned device, but it's become such an essential part of corporate security.
That's right.
Yeah, more of a. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but I just find that is kind of odd that that's just the way the technology is developed. That the best quality cameras you have when you're at home, you're trying to get a job, trying to get through the identity verification process is something that you choose to buy in your own.
That's right. And actually even the introduction of things like Windows Hello and Face ID and other things like that that are tied to the device itself, they do leverage biometrics. The hard part is they haven't actually identified the person up front.
Yeah.
So they're leveraging the biometrics, basically matching against whoever was the first person who enrolled on that device. And you're not ever verifying that the person is in fact a person or the right person. You're just using potentially a deepfake image to begin with to do the enrollment. And now corporations are actually relying upon these systems like Face ID and Windows Hello and others to now link in with passkeys
Yeah.
to secure their enterprise, never verifying that the owner of the phone or the owner of the biometric is in fact the right person that should be accessing
At the
their
enrollment
systems.
point.
At the enrollment point.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, so it seems like everything is going towards face. So it's interesting. Windows Hello will do face, but only with certain hardware.
Yes.
So I have mostly Windows devices, though I do have an iPhone, and I still use fingerprint on all my Windows devices, whereas I use face with all my Apple devices because I guess none of my cameras are Windows Hello compatible. So, you know, do we see everything going towards face now and kind of away from fingerprints in terms of biometrics?
I mean, fingerprints historically have always been a law enforcement way of identifying yourself. I think the availability and the footprint on devices is actually pretty small for fingerprint. It is a touch sensor, it's relatively small, it can only really recognize one finger at a time. Face is sort of the intuitive way to be able to allow for biometric recognition. It's the way that we all recognize each other, right, walking around. It also avoids some of the challenges of touch, which is, like as an example, you grab pizza before this interview, right? Your hands might have been oily. Being able to put that on top of a device, that could have actually been interesting and hard to be able to recognize.
Yep.
Whereas your face is always your face. You might change a little bit over time. You might shave, you might do different things like that. But for the most part, the basic features of your face, especially leveraging tools like AI, to be able to accurately predict that you are who you say you are, all of our algorithms are basically trained on, at scale. And that's the other benefit is you get at scale data sets to be able to train on, making face the viable option that it is today. Whereas historically, it wasn't as viable of an option 10 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. So really, you know, kind of combining biometrics and identity, it seems like even with passkeys, with face scanning, it seems like everything is it just me or is easier becoming also associated with more secure way of doing things? Like
that's fascinating.
Do we still want to do face plus something else, or how do you see that evolving into the future?
That's really fascinating. I hadn't thought about that before, and so it is actually evolving into convenience and security, where you're not having to sacrifice either, right, or both. And so with face, what's interesting is you think about multi-factor authentication. Everywhere we go, we bring our face. Our face is actually a thing. So it's actually something we carry. Normally, when you think about multi-factor authentication, you think about factor 1, which is what you know, factor 2, which is what you carry, and factor 3, which is who you are. Who you are is biometrics. That's always been the third factor.
Right.
Right? And, but factor 2 is what you carry. Guess what? You also carry your face everywhere you go. So it is, in fact, a thing. So doing a biometric match in one instance is, in fact, a multi-factor authentication. And if you verify that the face itself is actually a live face using liveness and best-in-class liveness tools like Aware's technology, you're able to conduct multi-factor authentication all in one transaction. No more OTPs, no more downloading apps for authenticators. Being able to actually conduct that both in one transaction is a huge benefit for society and for organizations as well to protect the enterprise.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot to chew on. Yeah, that's it's fascinating. But yeah, I mean, that's something I've loved about it is it really is. I love when there's an opportunity where the best thing you can do is also the most secure thing, right? And kind of naturally reduces that friction. You know, it's something I push back on a lot. Were security keys.
Yeah.
Like everybody's raving about. You know, and I understand why people like security keys, hardware keys, but I'm also old enough to have carried multiple RSA tokens with me.
Yeah.
You know, the old 6-digit changes every 60 seconds or 30 seconds, and I've got a phone in my pocket. Like, why am I going back? Why am I going back to keychains for things?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting to see how it's going to evolve going forward.
I can't tell you how many CISOs I've known that have gotten fired for forcing their workforce to have to carry another thing with them also, right? It's a real big stress and it's a real big challenge for people to hold on to something like that. They inevitably lose it, which then opens up the opportunity for bad actors to be able to get their hands on it. And they have to get it reissued. And then, so you have to build in a reissuance process anyway to be able to get a new token. What is that reissuance process? What are you anchoring that identity on a username and password? No, you have to anchor it on a biometric in the first place. So if you have to anchor something on a biometric in the first place, just use the biometric to authenticate it in the first place. It makes the most sense. I mean, back when I worked with the Department of Defense launching their first ever Silicon Valley unit of the DoD, we protected our nation's infrastructure from bad actors, from third-party nation-state actors. And those tools in hands of the nation-state actors are now in the hands of everyday adversaries that are attacking our systems nonstop, left and right. And they've been democratized. Those tools are now low-cost capabilities, and the attackers are actually sharing all best practices that they use to attack our systems. So we need to stay one step ahead or two steps ahead, ideally, to be able to protect our enterprise and monitor these bad actors to see what they're doing. A lot of them are in the process of creating deepfakes right now. They're creating deepfakes to be able to pretend like they are someone that they're not on videos. They're creating deepfakes to be able to trick biometric systems today that are being deployed. So just using proper liveness tools is a really important component to be able to protect your enterprise.
Yeah. AJ, fascinating conversation, giving us a lot to think about. I appreciate you sitting down with me.
Really great. Appreciate the opportunity, Adrian. Thank you.
All right, to find out more about Aware, you can visit securityweekly.com/AwareIDV. For all Identiverse 2025 coverage, you can visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Thanks again, AJ.
Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Welcome back to Identiverse 2025. It is time for day 2 wrap-up with Jackie McGuire. How you doing, Jackie?
Hello, I am fantastic. I am very tired, but I am excited to visit the Sphere for the first time tonight, so I'm trying to second wind it and get through day 2. How are you?
Very cool. So that's where the show is. You're going to see
Yes.
Kenny Chesney.
That is the only reason I would go see Kenny Chesney.
Yeah.
No offense to Kenny Chesney, it's just not typically my choice of music to go see proactively.
Me
but
neither. You guys asked me if I wanted to see Kenny Chesney. I said no. The Sphere was not mentioned.
Yeah.
My answer might have been different if
Yeah,
I knew it was
yeah.
in the Sphere.
I feel I was not responsible for that.
I feel gypped now. No, it's
You're
fine.
not supposed to say that
I'm
anymore.
not doing anything tonight except grabbing some dinner and resting up.
You have had a long day today.
I just counted. I did 10 interviews today. It was supposed to be 9. We had one last-minute addition to the roster.
Yeah.
And we made it through all of them. And thank you to Tyson for being so gracious and patient with me.
Yeah.
With me pounding the table.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a wobbly table, so I don't know how
Well,
hard
it's
you
the
can pound
microphone.
it. Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
I can't hear it because I'm not hearing what's coming through the mic, but Tyson sure can.
Oh, you're so problematic.
So I had a lot of 10 conversations today, 10 15-minute interviews.
Did you learn
15
anything?
minute doesn't sound like a lot, but
It is.
as I do with most things, I went a little bit long on all of them.
I don't believe that. We always end Enterprise Security Weekly on time. Every week.
Never
I think there's
once.
been one single time. There was one time that one segment we ended like exactly on time, and I was like, whoa. It's like seeing a unicorn in person.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did learn some things. As you can imagine, with 10 different interviews, I mean, it helps that it's all on identity, right?
Yeah.
When we're at RSA or Black Hat, you could at RSA this year, I talked about executive security
Yeah.
with somebody, and then the next discussion was about vulnerabilities in LLMs when using different languages. Like
Yeah, and then it's
apparently the
post-quantum encryption.
Yeah,
and
right?
Yeah, it's really
so
hard
at
to-
least this was all at least tangential to identity. Like
Yeah.
it was still very different. Like the last conversation I just had with Aware was about biometrics and largely centered around physical security.
Okay.
You know, but still identity related.
Yeah.
A lot of it, we talked about more AI than I thought we were going to talk about, but figuring out how to do authentication and identity for agentic stuff is kind of up in the air at the moment.
Whether
Right.
at the workload level or at the service level or at the agent level or
Nobody had a super strong answer on how to do it. So there's a lot of talk about, well, it depends on the use case, right?
Yeah.
Like, so you've got this problem of everybody is at some point in their zero trust journey, which is, zero trust, principle of least privilege on everything, including access to data. But then for these agents to be useful, you want to give them as much access as you possibly can.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? The more you restrict their access to data and systems and stuff like that, the less useful they're going to be.
Yeah.
So how do you tackle that?
Well, and it's just like the same thing happens with people, right? So I can do my job better with access to more data, but there's a way to have a conversation with that person about why they need access to data and justification, and you don't get that with an agent. And the velocity at which things can go sideways with agents is so much greater because they're immediately making decisions, and within 10 seconds, you have the equivalent of 15 human errors.
So one of the things we talked about, I'm not 100% sure which conversation this was at this point, but we talked about, how you kind of, this might have been Brightive, where I was talking to them about it, and you really have to, in every single case, figure out what that agentic workflow looks like.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like how we address SQL injection is use prepared statements. You shouldn't be able to just, in an abstract way, query a data store.
Yeah.
Right? It should be, there's specific things you're going to need in that use case, and you limit it to those specific things.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's going to be hard to scale and build fast when you're doing that for every single one of those agentic workflows. So I think one or two things happen. It's kind of like SOAR, where everybody, oh, SOAR, we're going to automate everything, but it takes 6 months to build a single SOAR workflow and get it working properly. So you end up building, half a dozen or a dozen agentic workflows because it takes so long to get it working correctly, to secure it, to do all that.
Yeah. Well, I always think about a hospital with agents. So same thing at a hospital, right? Is like the way you would identify and secure things varies from employee to employee at the hospital and what they're doing, right? So with nurses, because they have access to controlled medicine, there's a special place where that medicine's stored, and then you have to, authenticate or sign in or whatever. But the receptionist checking people in, like they have access to sensitive data, it's PII, but they don't have access to opiates. So it's like a combination of, is it the job that's important that they're doing currently? So like the workload-based identity. And if you're an organization where your workloads are identical most of the time, you probably don't need an identity for each of those workloads. But if you have agents that are, to your point, making these kind of probabilistic decisions, then maybe those workloads do vary enough that you want them each to have a specific identity to be able to track them. And I think it goes, to your point, it goes back to what are the agents actually doing as functions of your organization, and at what level is that going to vary where you would need to monitor it to look for that variance.
And I think a hospital is a great example because access control and roles are very well defined and documented. So I think that would actually be one of the easier places to do that than just general enterprise stuff. I feel like in a lot of enterprise organizations, nobody's taking the time to do that. Because people's lives aren't at stake. There aren't the components to make meth available.
Well, there's no regulation, and that's the thing, is that security just absolutely is crippled by a lack of regulation. And I think for most people, at the engineer level, if you ask them, do we need more regulation? Entrepreneurs are like, no, we don't want. But the lack of that guidance and framework, it does. It slows you down. And I was talking right before we started recording about, it's great that this is all identity focused. It's a little bit disheartening to walk around an identity conference and be like, all right, there's 30 different marketing messages that all contradict each other. Like, why are we all running in separate directions? Why can't we say, okay, in healthcare applications, we need to run this way? And, we could be so much more prescriptive, and we just have none of that in security, and nobody wants to do it because it's not a light lift, right? It's like zero trust. I hate the term zero trust because you're never going to get to zero. And I think just the term in and of itself is overwhelming for people when they're like, I'm never going to get to that, and like that's.
Yeah, and I think it's somewhat misunderstood. I think it was intended to mean start from zero.
Yeah. And
instead of start from all the access and whittle down, you start from zero and only add what's needed. I don't think the intent is to go to zero. Right.
Well, but it's to get everything to zero trust, right? And you start with users, and then you go to, like locations, and like there's zero trust for all different things. But I think the term in and of itself implies this, like, you're going to get to this place where you have full control and, zero gaps because nobody's allowed to do anything.
An impossible standard.
Yeah, exactly. And like zero trust is actually more of kind of a continual process of,
a philosophy too. Like it's something you always want to be thinking about when giving somebody privileges, because it's just not the way we did things in the past. It was just like, whatever needs to happen, Chmod 777 to get everything working. There are things you can do. Everyone full control on a file share.
Well, and everybody had a tower
Anyone
at
with
their
the link.
desk. And I even remember like being freaked out when I got a laptop to take home. I was like, I don't want this data at my house. Like when everybody had a tower at their desk and you just put a firewall around everything, you could have access to everything. Because what were you going to do with it? You couldn't take it outside the moat around the castle, so it wasn't dangerous.
So, there were a lot of interesting conversations. One I thought was interesting. I didn't realize Exonius actually had like a business accelerator like within the company called Exonius X, which I blank on the name of the company now. Exonius acquired them, but they were competing with Bromium and Vincia.
Yeah.
And Vincia did something similar where they also had kind of this skunk works that, we're trying to come up with new products in-house. And that actually led to their successful pivot, which led to their acquisition by Sophos. So always interesting when a startup has a startup factory within it.
Yeah.
Right? Especially once you get to a certain size. And it makes sense with Exonius, because Exonius is like, okay, we built 1,000 connectors to integrate with other products. We built this data model where we're normalizing, bringing all the security data into one place. Now, what can we sit on top of that from a product perspective?
Yeah.
So you almost have to have this kind of idea factory within the company to see what you can do there. And we were specifically talking about the identity side of it that they're tackling right now.
Yeah, and I think, having been in rapid growth organizations before, generally engineering people hire people they know in, right? And so you sometimes then end up in your general engineering org with a bunch of people who came from the same handful of places, and so they're used to doing work specific ways. And I think setting up one of those within your company is a really great way to make sure that not everybody is in that kind of group think, like, well, of course this is the way we're going to do this. Of course this is the way we're going to do that. Because I've seen that be a significant impediment to innovation in places where if you just put a couple scrappy people and disconnect them and let them decide how things should be on a blank canvas, I think if you can afford to do that, it's a really, really good way to not end up building your branded version of the company you recruited half your engineers from. Because we see that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It ends up being smoothed out into everything else.
Yeah.
Something that just looks like everything else. Yeah, and it's, crossing the chasm. There have been, what's his name? Christensen has written books about it. There's a lot of, it's a tough problem, growing a company and keeping that kind of innovative spirit going there. I also learned Cubeless has free single sign-on and MFA.
Yeah, I went over and did an analyst briefing with them today as well. So they're kind of trying to be like Okta for everybody, right? So like Okta for small and mid-sized businesses. They've got this interesting freemium model that they're working on. So,
and I was like, so what's the monetization strategy? And he was like, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. But I guess it makes sense. Like once you build this freemium model, you onboard a lot of folks. Like the data they're going to get out of that maybe informs what they charge for, what premium services that they put together. But I love the fact that they're starting with the stuff that other companies are charging extra for.
Yeah.
Right? The SSO tax, you got to be in the enterprise tier. You can't be at the small business tier or the pro tier if you want single sign-on, right? So it's kind of cool that they've flipped that model.
Yeah, and
and that's the free product.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. The one recommendation I made is, hey, having come from vendors who do freemium stuff, as you go to transition your customers to paying customers, you have to be ready to stand up professional services alongside your freemium model, because once people do write that check, everything from there needs to go really well.
Yeah.
Because if they've been using your product for free and then they write a check and then all the extra things that come with that check start causing issues, it's not a great experience. So that was and I think
smooth transition.
Yeah, and just professional services in general. Like I think for most SaaS companies, that's going to be table stakes going forward. I think a lot of companies have tried to use, third parties and channel partners and things like that, and you just lose control of your customer experience. Do you remember when Medium started charging for stuff? Yeah.
So the way they did that, I think is a great example of how not to do it, in that the way they announced it, it sounded like everything on Medium was from one day to the next behind a paywall.
Yep.
And you needed a subscription, when what actually happened is every individual person on Medium had the choice of whether to put up a paywall or not.
Yeah.
And they could even do like a hybrid of both. They could have free articles and paid articles. But because the announcement made it seem like everything was behind that paywall, I knew a lot of people that just wouldn't even click Medium links anymore.
Yeah.
Because they were like, I'm not going to subscribe to it, so I probably can't read this. When most of the time, a lot of that stuff was still free.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that was kind of a case study of how not to do it.
Yeah, and how like messaging is everything, right? Because there's a big difference between, hey, like you're gonna have to pay for some content now, and hey, we've come up with a great new way to give creators control over the revenue that they generate. And like for creators you really support, we have a great new way for you to, support the work that they do. And I think New York Times, I listen to a lot of their podcasts, and that's how they frame subscribing, is like, hey, here's a sneak peek into all the work that goes into some of the stories we report. Here's why you should pay as a subscriber, because this is what you're helping. And so, yeah, I think part of that was just kind of botched messaging in general, and like not focusing more on what Medium was getting out of it than enabling creators to keep creating in a better fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's. I wish the whole industry went for a different model. That it was more of a, like Brave had a great idea. They created the basic attention token, and the idea is you would load up your browser with $50 a month or something like that, and based on what websites you visited, those people would get paid automatically behind the scenes just by the fact that you went and visited that website, and. That solves the problem of, this is the only LA Times story I'm going to read this year probably.
Yeah.
It does not make sense for me to subscribe to read a single story. And I wish that could have caught on. I would have been fully on board with that. But I'd like to know what that would have looked like, but oh well. So tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. Pacific. We're gonna open it up. I assume you're still gonna be here with me?
Assuming I survive the Sphere and Kenny Chesney, I will. I can't guarantee what I will look like when I get here, but I will be here. I may be a steaming pile.
Jackie will be here in some form. And tomorrow we just have one interview left with SDG Corporation. And then we're going to do Enterprise Security Weekly live.
I am so excited for this.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the guest. I'm excited to be able to do it live.
Tell us about the guest.
All right, so Tina's coming on, and she is the co-founder of Badge. And Badge is doing some really cool things with biometric verification that doesn't require you to store that data on endpoints. So it's significantly more complicated than that. But I'm excited because Tina is one of me. So like I'm the person that's like the weaponized autistic ADHD that just like I have to conquer all the things, and her interest in like experience that we'll talk about tomorrow is as diverse as mine, which I love. So it's gonna be fun. I'm really excited.
Perfect teaser. Don't say anything more than that.
Nothing else.
It's gonna be a great conversation. I'm really looking forward to it. The more you tell me about Tina, the more excited I get for the conversation tomorrow.
She's like my new favorite person. I won't lie.
And that's all we've got for you today. So this is wrapping up day 2 of Identiverse 2025. And we will be back here on CyberRiskTV tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific.